Stasis ship. Stasis ship.
In the interlude between VCT, we have the Nerd Street Champs qualifier. Welcome, folks, to yet another open, another bracket, and another quarters, semis, and grands. I'm Fi. I got Chad Lantis by my side as we see the other teams in North America take the stage.
Yeah, and we're going to see some awesome teams coming in today. And also, starting things off will be a potential upset match, maybe, because we got two teams on the rise. One might be overpassing the favorites, perhaps. We'll have to see and talk about that more underway, but whole lot underway for today. We have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals all in this one day. And let's look at the bracket to see all the matches underway.
Yeah, so starting off today, we're going to be taking SoaR Gaming versus Stasis Valorant. But on the other hand, there are plenty of other solid games down the stretch. TSM FTX Academy competing on this side of the bracket, and Oxygen Academy trying to make their way through the lowers and fight towards a grand final spot. A lot of teams who are starting to heat up in this competition as well. A lot of teams who have been growing procedurally over, they didn't quite make VCT or didn't have the opportunity to play VCT, but we're seeing these teams slowly expand and take up space in this tier 2 realm.
Right, and these teams, they're looking towards the future, right? Like, they don't have the capability to get into VCT, but like Nerd Street Champs, that's still a massive tournament, and this is over a long stretch of a season. They want to go and show up on these weeklies, make it out to LAN if possible, those kinds of things. So if they can prove to themselves and to others, especially orgs out there looking to sign them, maybe pick them up, this is their chance. Like, this is their way of preparing throughout the remainder of this year to be able to show up for VCT next year, kind of year, right? This is the biggest thing they have available, and this is the perfect opportunity to show up.
Yeah, plenty of free agent teams have their chance to stamp their name in the Valorant space. We've seen Cosmic Divides do it, and maybe Stasis today could be good. But also, teams are also fighting for this LAN coming into late August as well. So they're fighting for the main event. That's the chances to play against the top teams in the region too. I mean, all of this is more or less preparation running up to that. First things first, let's go ahead and bring it to our rosters as we're going to be taking this one away with SoaR versus Stasis. Right now, Chad, well, looking between these two teams, you're saying that there's some upset potential here.
Yeah, we teased it a little bit earlier. You even name-dropping Stasis as a little leak for anybody who's really paying attention closely. But we're doing SoaR versus Stasis, the two S-named teams, interestingly enough. But SoaR is a team that had great trajectory beforehand, but then Xander and Cryocells from the roster moved on to other teams. SoaR went into a little bit of a rebuilding stage, and now they have this awesome roster as it is, and they've been again on an upward trajectory. Stasis, though, an unsigned roster, completely free agents coming together. Platinum now as a trial as well, alongside Sogo, Killer Millard, Hooligan, and Dom, who they also have had a lot of struggles along the way as under the name of Stasis, roster changes, things like that. But as of recently, they've been taking down some pretty high-profile teams, stuff like Oxygen Academy, Cloud9 Academy yesterday, having a really one-sided, almost a 13-5 map against Cloud9 Academy to beat them out in the group stage and come out on the winner side of groups. So they're on a hot streak, and even in the round 16, they took out formerly Moon Raccoons, currently unaffiliated to a brand named Dune Balloons, Dune Baboons, or Toon Balloons. They're going all these like names. Still a good roster, and Stasis took them out in the round 16 in a pretty commanding 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring it to the maps that these teams are going to be fighting on, as Stasis are hunting in for an upset. At the moment, we're going to see at least a breeze pick from SoaR. It's one that has favored them in the past, but again, we're talking about SoaR going through a bit of at least a rebuild in the recent months, looking to continue improving on breeze. We have the split pickup for Stasis, and then Ascent coming in as a decider. Is there anything that like jumps out to you that's crazy about this veto, or are we seeing more just stock standard picks between these two?
So that is kind of crazy to me is the fact that Stasis went with Split, which is a map that usually teams that have been together for a longer period of time pick, because it oftentimes requires good coordination and communication with people who are working as anchors on the map, trying to pull the defense away towards a lobby, garage, whatever it may be. Just because that map is incredibly difficult for attackers if the defenders know exactly where the attack is coming from. So coordinating on timing with anchors especially is super tough to pull off for a new team. So this roster is trialing in Platinum coming together. They've been together for a bit overall for most of them, but still it's something that you typically don't see rosters do unless they've been really seasoned.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a little bit of an off pick for the side of SoaR. It's not a map that they've been playing all the time in a lot of the events that they have been running. recently, so who knows if it's a possibility, if there's going to be a map that Stasis are going to pick up, why not it be a split? It may be force out, break out the Ascent, but going into Breeze, it's a home turf map for the side of SoaR. I mean, across numerous iterations of their line. It's a map that Epathy has shown great proficiency on. It's a map they took down 100 Thieves on and pulled a couple upsets out of the hat in a couple of tournaments past. So there's not a... it's a pretty solid record going on this one for SoaR, at least going into Breeze. So just kind of starting off, it looks pretty good, at least to start off this series strong for SoaR.
Yeah, and speaking of records too, what makes it even more of a confusing thing is Split for Stasis has not been their map. They haven't won Split since April 4th. So a month and a half ago is the last time they won Split. They've lost 3 times since then. They've lost to Mugi, Knights Academy, run it down ever since. So they haven't had the best of times on this map. So maybe with bringing in Platinum as a new SoaR main, things like that, which isn't even a SoaR map, but we'll see what they can bring in to that match. But still, maybe they just have that confidence of just how scrims have gone lately, something like that.
Yeah, also, I mean, there's plenty of new tech, at least on the map. The meta is certainly shifting around. I mean, we kind of talked about this a little bit in the greener about how Fade is starting to be played on a variety of maps. Some people think that Split is an all-right map for Fade. TSM Academy will probably show that if we ever do get them on broadcast here for a Fade on Split. But the thing is, for some teams have been experimented. Let's see if the sides of Stasis have been experimenting on Split, but that's gonna have to wait because we head to Breeze. Welcome here, folks here to Agent Select. A lot of already some of the pretty early lock-ins, but I do like the Thief picking up the chamber already.
Yeah, Fade, as mentioned, probably will not be picked up for this map because it's so wide open long range. It's kind of tough to really pull her off, and it's her strengths come with clearing out rats and stuff like that, and just taking out people who are cornering themselves and trying to hold a defensive line. Breeze is not that. It's very wide open angles, a lot of just swinging through things like that. The Neon Hover will be very interesting as well. I'll just talk about what has been locked in. Epathy on the Jet, a player who is not shy of being aggressive and entering on the sites. Something that you want rather than somebody who's passive for being your solo entry duelist, but that definitely is a very dynamic play style for sure to be had. Sure. But yeah, double optional agents between Chamber and Jet, very common on this map. Something that, interestingly enough, Stasis is not going to go for. In fact, a 0 duelist composition on their side of things. Yeah,
really interesting. Of course, with recent Jet changes, people have just sort of glided away from that and been more prioritizing Chamber play. Raze on this map, not necessarily all that incredible, not too much to talk about there. So the Chamber is more or less superseding a lot of that. A lot of Omen has been picked up as a result to kind of fill the void for the Jet play. So still going to be a Jet for Epathy. It's by far his most played agent. He is more or less a perma Jet, but we might see that get phased out more or less as we're starting to get hop into game. We'll see how this no duelist Breeze pans out. Honestly, it is a bit of somewhat of a surprise to see that these days, but I mean, times are changing, folks. Times are certainly changing, so Stasis trying to get with it, see if they can outpace SoaR.
Times certainly are changing. What isn't changing actually is Platinum, who's not really officially listed as part of the roster on like VLR and things like that, but still has been playing with this team for a long time actually. So it's a little bit interesting that's the case. But nevertheless, this team has had a pretty good run on Breeze. So both teams having good win rates on Breeze overall. So we'll be coming off to the races instantly on this map, just like they are going straight to double doors and Platinum getting the first blood.
But they're already fast up towards top middle is the biggest thing, and Vic is going to find Sogo. Lots of space gained here for Vic. He can choose many avenues. He could potentially go up in the nest, but instead he's going to commit to 2. Not quite coordinated with his teammates, though. A segmented fight on the Hooligan, and that will be the quick frag back, 3-on-4, but they have the site here for SoaR.
Yeah, not most coordinated timing for Vic. The rest of the team not coming through main just quite yet, but they still will be able to get into the site, get the spike planted, because Stasis recognizing they have a player advantage, so they're just waiting for that rotation through the spawn, just so they have better angles to work with, so they're not going to be caught with bad timing themselves.
Oh, Thief has picked an amazing timing to move. So there's a cool flank going on, but there's also Thief, who could just shoot a couple in the
What?
back, and there you go. The Headhunter with 2. He lasers them both in, and now just has to deal with the flank of the remaining players. For Stasis, Trill will go down. He was low. The rest is going to be a lot harder here for Stasis, as Thief does make his move into the site. Still bullets remaining on the Headhunter. 1 bullet needed for Platinum. Going to switch back to the Ghost. Now get up close onto the site. Thief is coming in. All of a sudden, it is only Thief, and Killer Miller's actually going to get the kill, but the time, it does not favor Stasis. It will be SoaR picking up the pistol.
I really like the Stasis' call of pushing those 2 players through the attacking spawn, waiting to execute on the site for when they got there. It just took them so long to get there, forever. I think they were really worried about where the chamber was, assuming the chamber would play back towards Benet or Elbow, maybe towards Window with that Headhunter longer range, so damage fall, things like that. So just a bad read on the situation. And while that was happening, Thief actually was in the defending spawn, actually, and nobody was watching the flank, so clearly they had no read on that positioning from Thief. I think they completely assumed Thief would be at Window.
Yeah, so, I mean, a really cool flank coming in, and a really, at least, interesting pistol idea, though it could have been a little bit cleaner executed there from SoaR. A pistol's a pistol to kick off this start onto Breeze. We're getting a little bit of tech timeout very early on in the series. Hopefully, it doesn't persist too long, but already, I mean, I'm just seeing some good signs, at least from Thief, who's normally a player. He's been kind of permanently relegated to playing the Omen for this team a lot since he's been trialed for the squad, but seeing him pick up the chamber kind of brings some stars in my eyes.
Yeah, as a player who old school was really proficient on Duelists, became really popular back in like Luminosity days on Reyna, Jet, things like that. A lot of people regarded him as one of the early favorites to be potentially the best player in Valorant, but didn't quite live up to the name then. But these days on SoaR, looking to reclaim that prize these days, and already off to a great start, as we could see.
I think he's one of the, generally speaking, one of the most mechanically gifted players out there. He hasn't always gotten the roles he wanted, and being a Reyna player in this day and age in meta and Valorant doesn't really favor you too much. But being able to at least still be so mechanically gifted can give you a lot of assets for your team on how you want to utilize him. Maybe you try and he's not really getting the setup that he wants, but as a player, he can still definitely hold his own. You know, he can be the guy who gets his one. And that's sometimes super important when you have a player who doesn't get a lot of support from the team, you know, when terms comes into utility usage and all that. So for Thief, he gets to play on the chamber, though, so he's kind of let loose and he's free to do as he pleases, which is a really scary threat on a map like Breeze.
It really is. Empathy also on the Jet didn't have much success early on, but it's kind of like what we were talking about a little bit before, where Empathy kind of just goes for it. Is going to be part of those initial engagements very commonly, not always obviously, but will be more so than the common player would. And unfortunately lost out there, but it's all good. The rest of the team came on top a lot thanks to Thief, but something that was a little bit of weakness that we saw was the miscoordination between the teams. They definitely peaked at different timings. Vic going onto the site, swing around when the other team's teammates were not going onto the site themselves to at least do trade options or take a map control at the exact same time that Vic falls, things like that. It was a little bit delayed, and that kind of thing, plus the bad reads on Stasis, shows that both teams have something to work on going into this series. But the interesting thing will be seeing which team can improve the best and adapt the best as the series proceeds. Yeah,
sometimes you just need to get your head in the game for a lot of these squads. Sometimes you're kind of not able to quite feel out the game and the maps and the positioning of a lot of players. So at least when it comes down to it, I mean, you put your chips onto SoaR and how they could, in the micro situations, get everything up and running, ready to go in terms of the team play. For the side of Stasis, I think we talked about this a little bit in the green room too. A lot of their success has come off the back of big individual moments. In a lot of their upsets, it's taken, you know, a 24-6 chamber performance, and it's taken a lot of clutches in their 2-1 upset over Oxygen Academy just last week. It took a lot of big individual performances from this team, so we have to kind of look out and see how they stack up against a team that is absolutely loaded with talent.
Yeah, it's definitely promising for this team, and that's one of the reasons why we looked at this match and thought, I want to see this, because I want to see if this team can come together, because individual performances is definitely the great starting block. Like, you need people who can actually step up and match toe-to-toe with some of these top teams, and then just figure out if there's a way we can develop team synergy, cohesion, things like that moving forward, which we saw like in that first round, the fact that nobody was even accommodating for the potential of Thief going through Nest. So little gaps in their radar so far that over time, I'm sure they can shore up. But today is the question of, can they do it fast enough to win out the series?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, at least for Stasis. We didn't really get a great, incredible look at what they have to bring to the table. So as we look further down the stretch in this map and in the series, we're gonna hope to see at least the Stasis players put up a good fight individually. And if they can do that, then and if they can match SoaR, that's the biggest thing. Because I've referred to Epathy as like a miniature TENS. Like, he is going to get up in your face, and his job is to get the entry. And if you can shut down Epathy, you might be able to shut down all of SoaR. So that's going to be also a big talking point, is the success of Epathy on these entries.
Yeah, and another talking point is Platinum, somebody I've seen from a year ago I casted and was on teams that has been bouncing around from teams for a while, has found like some stints over a couple of months or something like that here and there, but overall hasn't really found a home to settle down in, and is a player who definitely does have a lot of talent. I've seen having big clutch moments themselves for sure. That's something that's true for the rest of this team, but as somebody who's on a Sova can get a lot of information consistently for the team, things like that, it's going to be really nice to have. But definitely, you already saw in the first round, getting a couple kills for the team. Coming up very boldly with the Sheriff is an interesting call for Sova, but on Breeze, honestly, I think that's a good call as well because of the ranges. Yeah,
I think it works out nicely. So far, we have SoaR picking up the pistol, but that's about the extent of it, as we are into a little bit of an extended technical timeout. So, folks, we're going to take a break, and when we get back, afterwards, we'll be right into game. So don't sweat it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
And we're back straight into the action. A couple of rounds passed, and what we see is a 3-0 for SoaR, confirming that they are still the favorites to win this match and series because they were able to confirm the bonus on Breeze, which is incredibly tough to do. And something they able to pull off. SoaR in a really tough position, and not good for even one before they fall. SoaR have yet again B-side access.
Yeah,
and
this
control.
is really big. SoaR just picked up their bonus round in that previous one, so now they get to deal with a bit of a half-buy / eco territory. They're just flexing their muscle right now as Steve running through them. 3 kills for him. Dom does at least come on a bit of a flank, and Hooligan the same. Steve seems to be looking for AC to go down. And that's it. Cleaning up a 4-0 start here. That is pretty nuts right now for SoaR, especially on attack side for these.
Oh yeah, for sure. They also seem to be getting a little bit more familiar with the fact that Stasis has now sent 2 people through the flank for B-site retake play. Now, from the 2 rounds that we've seen, that's been the case both times. So clearly, SoaR has adapted, downloaded that strategy, and Stasis is going to have to mix things up if they're going to figure out a way of making even retakes happen, but hopefully get some more frags on the way in.
Oh, they have a bunch of ultimates here, and they're all grouped up towards BL, though. I think I know what's coming here. No Command is ready and raring to go, and they're going to pop out of the B site immediately. I think he messed up the dash a little bit there, but still is able to get in. There's no one actually home here on this B site, though, so they can assemble the Viper's Pit. Get the spike down. It's going to be a tough retake for Stasis.
Spike planted.
I got a lot of information with all the noise as well. A very late rotation from the Viper on Stasis' side, which is a little bit concerning that we're waiting for that. Maybe just expecting a lurk or something like that to be the case. Dominating time. Thinking for elbow control. Can't get physics. SoaR at the very least able to respond back 4-4-4 on the retake.
Miller! Oh my, Pepper dropping into the site though. Excellent TP to catch Vic off guard. Killer Miller needs to find the Viper, needs to drop the pit. Empathy does go down, but that Viper's Pit still, the decay. Oh, and there you go. It takes down Killer Miller. Did it get to half is the biggest question. It has not. Hooligan is going to have to full stick this, and Thief is going to run him down, find the 1v2, and find 5-0 for SoaR. What a post plan.
Thief falls, but it really doesn't matter. Their economy is just fine. Stasis, though, the only thing that is good for them is they do have all 5 ultimates online. Economy is looking rough, but they can still use a tour de force this round. SoaR might be able to have a pop-off option. So that's interesting from Stasis is they're sending their Viper Hooligan over towards A site pretty much every round, leaving the Chamber and Omen to play on B. And the Omen itself, also a fairly unique pick on Breeze. You almost always see just the Viper. So the Omen is basically the replacement for their Duelist, is essentially what they call it.
It's maybe trying to work it as a second anchor. Okay, hold on. Empathy found the kill on the Platinum. Well, SoaR gets his. Empathy better. Guardian out for Dom, though. That is 3 kills, and Stasis in full control of this round. It is just Trill sitting inside the Omen smoke. Does not have the spike, though. Does need to reclaim that barrel spotted. Killer Miller gonna try and get hunted down, but the paranoia utilized. And Killer Miller just dancing around. Teleport was heard, but Trill is going to walk right into SoaR's tour de force. That'll be Stasis picking up an unlikely one.
Definitely likely. Very impressive. Big shout outs to Dominic on that round for sure. And Stasis overall showing that they may be down and have a really rough start, but they're definitely not out either. And it's a team that definitely doesn't have all that experience against like those upper echelon players as a unit themselves on this team. So definitely a learning experience that they have to adapt to, the tempo, all that kind of stuff as well. SoaR coming out a lot stronger, and see if they can keep the lead though. Thief will have that tour de force, so concerned about that low buy up there.
Already throwing down the Viper's Pit towards AMA, but it is fast up halls. Empathy again trying to do his best entry work, and oh, there's a one-way waiting for him. Viper one-way, still gonna dash on top of Yellow and take all the space away. Knives even out for Empathy too, as he jumps up and takes Killer Miller with style. Trying to find the Viper now. In the meantime, Steve has dropped SoaR. The Viper's Pit dropped, but the flanks on flanks. It's quickly 3 in the feed for Stasis. And now it just leaves Dominic as Platinum falls. And the spike will get planted by Vic. A difficult 1v2 ahead for Dom.
Yeah, they're choosing to go over towards doors as well, which is going to put them into a crossfire situation. This makes it even tougher. Time's running low. Gotta know the flash after this as well, though.
Getting a lot of noise on the run up. Oh, Thief fires off. Thief goes down. I don't think there are any questions where Vic is possibly great flash drive thrown in to at least draw him out. And then Vic hits the shot to boot, 6-1. Messy round, almost a 2v5 pulled off for Stasis, but SoaR pulled down on the gas pedal.
Beautiful read by Vic there at the very end to pop flash and just expect that they'll be rotating off to the right from there. So good call there. Something that I've seen is a little bit of a concern for Stasis is they've very consistently allowed a member of SoaR to inch through their defensive line, essentially. We saw in that very first round what Thief did, and just now we saw it again from Epathy. You need to not let those gaps happen, and if those gaps do happen, they have to account for the fact that they did, kind of a situation. Start looking towards those flanks.
Right now they're looking to just full gas this one up, but oh, that knife gets a lot of information. But they've left the entire B side open here for Stasis. Trying to maybe play a retake setup, perhaps try to activate a couple flanks. This isn't, I mean, already a 5-on-5 post plant is probably not what they wanted out of this one.
Definitely not. Kami looking a little rough too, so running with some marshals, just the headhunter, things like that. It's going to make it a little tough to make this post plant happen. But we've seen what Dominic did with the Guardian before. Maybe Killer Miller could do something very similar. Get a 3K themselves.
His armor was unfortunately, but Dom, oh, that was the full armored Vandal that does hit the dirt. Will be recovered at least in Platinum on the Marshal. Lots of damage dealt to Vic too. This is not undoable, but the Null Command popped defensively, and the flank from Physic is going to hurt, and everyone else opens up here for SoaR, just leaving Killer Miller trying to make the magic happen with the Guardian. It's not going to 7-1 for SoaR. Most of these rounds have just been so procedural from these guys.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of casual almost for SoaR. I'm not saying that it's easy for them, obviously, but it seems pretty straightforward. Definitely seems to be a glaring issue with Stasis that they're consistently laying somebody through on the flank. Like, it happened again just now with Physic. Get on through the tunnel, and nobody on Stasis accounted for the timing possibility. Like, you have to have this, like, awareness of, okay, based on this timing, we've cleared information before, but they could have rotated by now. So we have to re-clear this info.
Yeah,
they just aren't doing it.
Thief has been dominating a lot in these post plants, but starting off, Hooligan just catches Epathy mid-dash on the A side. Thief, though, walking up. Fantastic shot as Soga only walks away with a leg shot.
A little unlucky for sure, but
the walkout. The walkout A main right now. No sound, no tricks, noises, but okay. Killer Miller will go down. Vic trying to tap away at long range, but has full access to the site now to turn this one into a 3v3, but with Thief low, it still could give some chances here for Stasis.
The timing there, Vic didn't quite see Dominic drop, but based on trajectory, they should have a good idea where he is.
Well, Platinum, though, lost utility. We'll have to wait to regain that bit. Dominic's still standing, but now on half HP. Hooligan coming through mid doors, and surprise, there's Physic right in your face. Maybe an extra one for Physic as he goes down to the Hunter's Fury. And now at least Thief versus Platinum in a 1v1, and Thief has decided to play this one actively on the site. Could it pay dividends? Just playing tucked right around the corner. Platinum seems like he knows, though. Around the corner, but time running out. Ring around the rosies. All that needs to be played here for Thief, as there is no time for Platinum. SoaR again. They all go down, but it doesn't matter. Rounds are what matter at the moment right now. It's 8-1.
And they've had enough healthy wins as well that even though they've had full clear deaths for 2 of these rounds, it doesn't matter at the very end of the day. Trill at 8,900. So yeah, that's definitely a tough beat for Stasis so far. As you can see that when it comes to individual moments, they have been going toe-to-toe, but the overall strategy, the macro sense as a team, maybe a communication issue as well. It's hard to say what the issue is because so much gets involved into it, right? But either way, they still are having situations where Hooligan's just running straight through the doors.
It's only
and
Killer Miller
they have this
here.
comms, you know.
Poor lad, Killer Miller. Yeah, in a fantastic spot to say the least. He kind of has to make a move here. There was a chance, but Vic will be able to get his gun out in time, and this round is, I think we do know the eventual result. Let's just see if Epathy can do a bit of styling. Okay, nice shot there from Dom, but Epathy, greetings. Double kill right there, and, well, it just leaves poor Hooligan walking in from the B site. 9 rounds guaranteed here for SoaR. We talked about how this was already, like, a solid map for SoaR. It's been historically, and this is just cementing it.
Yeah, this has been a pretty good map for Stasis as well, so I'm definitely interested in seeing what we're going to look at for Split when we get there eventually. Even for now, though, who knows? Maybe SoaR might not have the best of reads on their defensive half kind of situation. I do like that Stasis is finally putting the Viper back over B. I don't like that they took forever to make those allocation changes of resources. Having the Omen on B side just wasn't working out. I understand the whole paranoia idea and like first contact with chambers like that, but it just doesn't work that often. It's not very consistent. Viper just definitely has a better stronghold.
Yeah, the Omen definitely. I don't think it's really paying off in the way that they're hoping for. No command popped on towards the A site, but they're already so far up middle. So much space gained here by this attack side. Epathy is looking to jump in towards the nest side. SoaR will be able to flick up and hit the shot, however. Finally, an opener for Stasis. Can they make this work? Hunter's Fury searching for Hooligan, but he dodges out on it. Maybe a hold, but a 1-for-1, overstepping the bounds, and now with full control established for SoaR. Spike's down, though. Spike is down. It's just an odd spot, but SoaR gets tagged up. And Trill trying to make the cross. It's a huge kill for Dominic. That's the spike on the ground. And finally some life here for SoaR. Physic just goes for one. And, well, just the spike out in the open really helping Stasis there.
Yeah, beautiful bait switch as well from SoaR. Falling out. Dominic swings through. That kind of situation works out beautifully. Overall, Stasis does get a nice hold. They have rifles in hand. And the classic Viper hole on B site. And Viper hole on B site is so good, man. Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it kind of situation. I think Stasis tried fixing what wasn't broken and tried being creative and got caught slipping a little bit. Just didn't work out very well. Now they have a Viper Spit. They'll be able to drop that on B site, put the rest of the resources towards A, which is exactly where SoaR is pushing their efforts towards. So Viper Spit will be a little bit lost, but still should be a pretty solid round for Stasis.
Oh, Platinum just fired off. Oh, he just revealed his position off the back of the Cloudburst. Maybe it could have been good for one, but there's still many players here on this A side. It's out Killer Miller. What a spray transfer to try and reel this one back for Stasis to give at least the 9-3 up and running. But Dominic does drop. Epathy also finds the kill, and any success that Stasis had has quickly been voided. 2v2 now. And Hooligan towards middle. They take the fight, and Epathy through the wall. Updrafts for the info, but all of a sudden it's just SoaR 1v2.
Well, they're both weak. Headhunter, 2 taps would be all it needs for Epathy. 1 tap for Thief.
Info's
Only 4 bullets left.
Info's here for SoaR. Just taking pot shots. He knows that it's going to be a difficult one. 4 bullets. The Headhunter. Only 1 needed for Thief, but he couldn't land it, and Epathy will choose his time right to swing. 9-3 is not what they're going to get. Instead, it's 10-2 for SoaR as we head to the halftime break. Don't go anywhere. 10-2 is the halftime scoreline. It ain't a fantastic way to get back into this game for the side of Stasis, but who knows? The pistol round could kick off some things. It's always good to get the ball rolling towards the later stage of this. Some people might call this an already lost half, but let's see if Stasis can at least give some confidence back in the sails.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen them go with that Omen pick instead of the Jet beforehand for Stasis. I think they just went with a gamble selection, try to make a bigger splash happen there and catch SoaR by surprise, but just didn't work out. Killer Miller seems to be better on Viper, Hooligan better on Chamber, and maybe put SoaR on Jet next time around. One thing that's good for Stasis, though, is SoaR does have a better win rate on offense than defense historically on this map, so, or at least with this roster. So, maybe. It's not losing a 10-2 lead bad difference, but it's definitely
the little bit of copium. Just a little bit of copium in the air. As we have Thief going to be anchoring down B, hunting for one, but couldn't quite connect all the shots necessary. It is Killer Miller down low, but site controlled. Is he going to push through with one bullet and a headhunter? No, the wall's up. He's fine. Vic, however, in towards elbow, does have a 1v1 ahead of him. Right now on the flash, but pulls out the flash drive, has a teammate next to him, and the flash drive is perfect. But SoaR on the return on the Physic. Thief, though, will make his move. The classic better than the headhunter. And now Trill as well. Now 1v2 for SoaR, but he's at the back of the site. He does not have vision to the spike. He needs to get aggressive, and as Vic continuing the defuse, Empathy to cover, he'll get it in. SoaR pick up the pistol, and that's probably just the nail in the coffin here on Breeze.
It could be. It really could be based on how the numbers go. SoaR also converted their bonus even on the first half, and again, that's on their favored half of the two, but regardless, I mean, these players are so talented on the side of SoaR, and the way Valorant works, man, eventually you're going to get a full buy, eventually you're going to have a bunch of ultimates to work with, and you'll have like the clean execute you always wanted, or the clean retake, or whatever it may be. Viper's pit hold, all that kind of stuff for defense, but yeah, the full buy of the force from Stasis, I don't disagree with this whatsoever, because winning this round would be a lot more important than winning in the next.
Yep. That's for sure. Something here for Stasis. Something to take away into map number 2, but I don't think they are not going to really get it. It's Vic and Empathy running it into the caves, and all of a sudden, it's just SoaR getting ran down right now. They're not even allowing a drop of confidence to get in for Stasis. Dominic, well, he got in. He got into the site. He got a kill, but he's going to get judged at that range. Thief unrelenting, 12-2.
Definitely unrelenting, and pretty quick match point realization we found ourselves here. Thief definitely being the person who's rising to the occasion, especially Vic, though. I gotta give a shout out, 15-7 with 11 assists. That's insane. That
is actually nuts.
Very good performance from Vic so far, despite not being the top fragger. Dominic as well, though. It's just been a good day for KOs on Breeze so far. So shout outs to them for picking that, which I think is one of the best options for this map.
Is he going to go on top? He's going to go on top of this with a judge.
If they're vulnerable from the stink bite, they're aggressive.
I don't know what to say. He just lost his teleporter. Now he actually has to drop down, but yeah, they're vulnerable. Oh, man. It's going to be pretty painful running into the judge. Physic is coming in rotation, and I think this map is finished here, Chad. Quickly on to the next as SoaR run them down on Breeze.
Yeah, Killer Miller even tried doing this cheeky shrouded step play on top of one of the corners there and just didn't work out at all. I think, honestly, Stasis, I think they're a better team than what we just saw.
Right.
I mean, there are some fundamental issues that might be something they need to look at as far as letting people lurking through and having little gaps in the defensive line that they're not counting for, things like that. Missed timings on the retakes sometimes, but those things you can work on. I think the bigger thing that would show them a lot more success than what we just saw would be just going back to what they're used to, having Killer Miller on Viper, Hooligan on Chamber, and maybe put SoaR over towards Jet. I think that would have been a world of difference. SoaR, on paper, probably would still win that map, but it wouldn't have been as dominant, I don't think.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Also, we can criticize the composition a little bit. Picking the Omen on Breeze is not necessarily your average pickup, even for double controllers. Like normally, you would either to see a Brimstone. It's still very rare to run double controller on this map. So I mean, a bit kind of out there for the side of Stasis, but they have split to come to.
Yeah, Split's coming up. That's going to be the map pick as well. So at least they can look forward to that as well. It's like, okay, we lost really hard. We tried a new composition. It didn't work. Maybe in theory with Paranoia, if we be main things like that, maybe. But in theory, sure, everything sounds good. But when it executes, it didn't work out. All good. GG's go next. Split will be on next map. So at least they can go to what they've planned more so for.
Yeah. And so you can go ahead and sit back and relax, of course, in a Mavix gaming chair, one of our official sponsors here at the Nerd Street Champs qualifiers. Mavix provides all the goods here at Nerd Street and local host events. They use the Future 9 function of critical ergonomics to keep all of you guys supported here, whether you're a player, a fan, or just, you know, at work doing all that stuff. So you can go ahead and use code NSG55 to save $55 on an order, or you can also take one out for $22.22 a month by shopping at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamer. So you can go ahead and check those out. Shout outs to Mavix for supporting the Nerd Street Champs. So we're going to go ahead and toss it to a break. Split up next. Certainly, Stasis have more to prove. So you guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a bit.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Street Champs qualifier. He's on map number 1. Go a little bit one-sided. Maybe more than a little bit there, Chad. But, you know, I'm sure that Stasis, they can do a little bit better here on their map pick and also the off-map for SoaR.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, off-map for SoaR, it doesn't have the strengths for Epathy, as we discussed, you brought up in the green room, that Epathy on the Jet versus Epathy on the Raze is a little bit of a different look for sure for the team. What will be the same look, though, at least for SoaR, is Vic, who's somebody who's just been stepping up very well. He's been popping off left, right, and center. Another thing you brought up as well, and we saw it in the first map of Breeze, where Vic just had almost the top kills, but by far the top assists as well, and just overall a great performance.
He was doing everything in terms of setup. He's playing really well. But we're heading a split now, which is like weird territory where you're kind of like teams are experimenting. They're trying to throw Fade on every map, and well, yesterday it certainly didn't work out for SoaR.
Yeah, we just saw how the experimenting didn't work out for Stasis on Breeze. On a very surprising 13-2 loss from them, but the fact that they brought in an Omen instead of a Jet makes it not as surprising once you look at compositions. But yeah, I think a lot of teams are trying to Fade on Split. We saw TSM Academy doing it yesterday as well, and both SoaR and TSM Academy had very crushing defeats on Split. They did not perform well at all with Fade on the roster, and it's a map that I would expect people to really look to pull out Fade this early on for the Agents release. I guess they're just trying to do something new and throw off other teams, and maybe just try it against a team that they think is they're better off against. And they're doing it also, at least for SoaR, they did it on the map 2 for the series as well when they already won map 1, so at least they can go into map 3 as a fallback kind of option, see if in a live environment Fade works as well as they've seen in scrims or something, but it doesn't work out very well so far.
Yeah, Fade hasn't been the greatest of picks, and we talk about Epathy being on Raze. It's not as safe of an entry role that he's normally doing. You're seeing him just smoke dash into every single site. It's not as easy on the Raze. Sometimes you still see people play Jet on Split just for the reason that, you know, you just feel comfortable entering onto sites compared to the Raze, who does have a lot more utility. I mean, I am blessed that Raze has come actually as a meta duelist now, kind of superseding the Jet, because 10 times more value that you can get from this agent than a Jet in terms of utility usage.
Yeah, I agree. And Jet is one of those agents on the entry that you can just basically just go and do it yourself on your own timing for the most part. The other team can see it happening. They can just follow through naturally, things like that. But Raze definitely requires a lot more coordination. So when we talk about players who are struggling on the transition from Jet to Raze with a more abundant Raze meta, it's not all on them. It's also a team-based situation where the team needs to work with them, or they need to work with their team, or whatever it may be, where oftentimes both, that they need to figure that kind of stuff out. But Epathy is going to go over to the Chamber instead, which I think is fair call. Epathy, a lot of players who are Jet mains go towards Chamber instead on Split these days. You can have your aggressive peek and rendezvous out kind of option for defense especially. Still work with an operator very well. Thief, though, a player we've known to be very proficient on Jet for sure, but Reyna was like a big one in the past, and Raze is also like that kind of duelist that is just a free entry, but can still get away with aggressive peeks. Is just the same.
They're like shifting up their entire composition. The only similar agent we see is the Breach, and for those who have keen eyes, Epathy was playing Raze last time they played Split yesterday. Now Thief is working the Raze. Epathy's going to be playing Chamber, and they quickly got rid of Fade out of their composition pretty darn quickly. All of a sudden, Trill is going from Cypher to Smokes now on Omen, and Physic, well, no longer playing Fade, is on Cypher. What I'm trying to say there is there has been a complete change of mentality in the SoaR gaming camp when it comes to this map, so this is probably very new territory for them.
On the other side of things, Stasis on familiar territory of Sogo being on the duelist, Hooligan being a little bit more of the control, like slower paced Sentinel lockdown, like why we usually see them on Viper. It was a little bit interesting this season there just now, but yeah, basically going back to their roots kind of playing on a Sentinel here. The thing switching up didn't work out for Stasis largely across their team last map. maybe it won't work out for SoaR, even though they go back into comfort picks, more meta picks themselves.
Let's see with this one from Thief. Spots out a couple players, is going to have to slink back away. Saving the paint shells for a little bit. Now he's going to utilize it once he hears the boombox, so that is going to hold him back for a bit. As Dominic leaping forward with the Trailblazer, but they're actually going to turn this one thinking about the vents, but now maybe they want to try and split in towards this A side. Trill might be under some pressure and towards the elbow, but actually he's able to best Hooligan with the Frenzy, but he's low himself. Right click will do it for Platinum. He switches out to the Frenzy, trying to get up close, maybe Thief. Considering, spots a back turn. Oh, this is beautiful from Thief. Has players looking the wrong way, and the Frenzy's going to do a fantastic job. Now Platinum knocked up, joined by Epathy, and it's a perfect crunch between Epathy, Vic, and Thief together, and Killer Miller in a 1v4 has just revealed his position. He is not going through with that one. Another pistol for SoaR.
Yeah, honestly, Thief played that perfectly. Didn't take that greedy shot in reaction of seeing Sogo. Just gave the call out so the rest of the team knows exactly where he is and just pushes through elbow instead. The timing just threw off the members of Stasis entirely. SoaR playing, honestly, like, they had the death on Trill, but because there was first contact, like, that's just going to happen pretty much all the time. Stasis would have to very much blunder that situation for Trill to not die. But yeah, great round overall from SoaR, off to a great start.
Oh, for sure. Able to buy time for rotations, stall for a long time for Trill. Fine and dandy. I'm not sure this round needs I'll do a bunch of explaining. 3 classics, a main, 1 Spectre. There's 30 bullets in that Spectre. And poor Platinum is not going to be able to cross. So let's see how the ult points farm up for Epathy as well. Picking up the Marshall for round. This is a little bit of overkill.
Wow, a shot though.
That is a lovely shot there from Epathy. And the rest should be cleaned up just fine. Except for Vic. A little bit of trouble there. 1 kill is all he needs. An ult orb 2.
Oh, didn't get gun. Well, lucky couldn't grab the Spectre.
Unlocked though? Close.
Go out of the smoke to grab it. Whoa! Honestly, as Killer Miller, we take those.
Just BM your own teammate for absolutely. Was that a jumping double dink?
Yes, absolutely. And that's after getting that's after being in a 1v5 situation, getting a kill, getting an orb, which already is like, yes, we'll take those, and then gets another headshot, which makes that like almost a good enough eco.
I love this
at
game.
The very end.
This game rocks. Oh my god.
Love it, man.
That is very fun and enjoyable experience, and this could be also for Stasis. They're only playing against the bonus buy here for SoaR. Judge is out. Spectre's in the mix. It's a bit of a junk drawer buy. You know, some people's junk drawers are pretty good. I'm not going to doubt it.
Yeah. Mine's fantastic, honestly. It's got a Sharpie in there, some tape.
Scissors.
Whole bunch of, scissors, all the kind of stuff you need.
Sometimes I have a calculator in my junk drawer.
Yeah, that's good.
It's like a pretty bad one.
I just use my phone.
How about a great one here for Thief? Camera up and a Judge Paranoia combo ready to go. Is that Paranoia ever going to be used? It is going to be 3 kills if he uses it right. Oh, but Trill. The trap setup will not be triggered today.
Yeah, they're completely relying on the tripwire for Garage, so Paranoia is going to be used as soon as any contact seen at all.
Oh boy, here we go. Take number 2 on the trap setup. The Paranoia, it doesn't find the kill on Asogo. It's used just a tad too late. And Trill tries to swing for the fences, but Platinum will find the headshot. But all 3 rotates are here, and Physic holding the line very nicely, trying to break through for heaven. It's only Physic, though. Dinked up now. Hooligan activates from B main, and it is just Vic. Picks up the Judge. Can't quite do it. Bonus round victory here for Stasis. Now they can start bouncing back into this game.
Honestly, I don't like that play overall from SoaR. I had concerns leading up to it, which didn't have enough time to really fully talk about it, but the fact that the timing, I understand that you can just go and Paranoia off of contact from the camera and stuff like that, but the issue is how long it takes for the Paranoia to travel, and the fact that if they get hit by Paranoia, then Thief is still in range for them to be seen by a Paranoia because they're close enough range. So, like, it wouldn't really do much in the grand scheme of things, and also would be late anyway, and also Stasis just hard cleared it and pre-sprayed anyway, just in case, and why wouldn't you? That's what they did and got the kill on Thief. So, good job by Stasis keeping it clean there. SoaR tried a creative strategy, just didn't quite work out there, but they have a full buy-up round this round anyway.
Okay, and Thief is gonna find Sogo. Operator not finding anything for Epathy, but does that really matter? They have seated mid control, but a man advantage is certainly plenty enough to work with. Dominic, feeling a little funny about this, joined with the teammate too. This is actually a lethal combo. They're gonna walk up on this B site. Players with knife in hand right now. Trill all of a sudden has to be activated. Paranoia goes through. He might be able to fight from the back of sight, but he is very much on his own and cannot be traded. But Thief, in the meantime, from spawn, will find Dominic trying to cross. Still a little bit of difficulty here for Stasis, but they might be able to make their way across the site with the help of that Cosmic Divide. But they're already past it into heaven. Physic and Epathy, quite the duo, and Epathy's gonna snipe down Killer Miller, just leaving Platinum at 1v3. Gets access to the res, might have time to use it now as he flicks over to Thief midair. And just leaving Physic in the 1v1. Platinum wants to pull this off. He can res his teammate potentially, but has no idea where Physic could possibly be coming from. Now coming out from the heavens. Platinum not removing the dart. Position noted. Half HP, but gonna get access to the resurrection. Now all of a sudden it's Physic in the 1v2. Platinum, though, goes down. Now it's just between him and Dominic. Physic, though, time beginning to burn. Dominic going for the play. Is gonna catch out Physic and help. Platinum gets a little bit of help with the clutch as Stasis find their first gun round.
Fantastic play by Platinum overall there. I like the Cosmic Divide as well, something that we haven't seen for a long time because not a lot of players run Astra these days, but Stasis does on Split. And playing off of that as well, Platinum's able to find the first frag. Just so close. I can see him inching over to like wanting to get that first res, but getting tagged by the camera forces them back, which I think is the proper call because what if Hoogland challenges instantly as the res is happening? Like, perfect job by Platinum, honestly. Even though they lost the final 1v1, but like, whatever. Everything else was done perfect instead of Dominic.
Yeah, it would have been cooler. I mean, cool factor would be there if he won the 1v1, but...
Yep.
Anyhow, he got his teammate up and running to do it. Dominic will finish the job. As now you see SoaR on a bit of an eco. Tour de Force is up and running right now for Epathy. He's posted up toward B main, however. That's kind of away from the play. A win condition is missing here. And now they've kind of overrun all access parts of the map. Right now, SoaR just squeezed. Kind of just have to hope for a little bit of gamble stack. Maybe Epathy's Tour de Force. Now it's active. Nice headshot found, but he takes a brutal cost for it. Down to 10 HP. Doesn't really help the war effort there.
Mid control completely given up. Something that we commonly see these days on defense. It's completely opposite from the old strategies. A site has been accessed, but this is all three members of SoaR here ready for this.
Ooh, gets caught out. Very nice. And also Vic catching them one by one. The buddy system not being utilized, but there's a flank. Right now, Platinum doesn't need to make a move because Sogo will already rocked all the way through B Heaven. But Neural Theft does reveal the position of all these remaining players, and Physic's gonna make a proactive move. Finds a 1v1, finds a headshot, just leaves Sogo 1v3 out in the open too. Maybe Trill providing distraction. And Epathy is gonna come in from spawn with the Tour de Force to put them down. It's a thrifty from SoaR.
A lot of that came with just Stasis being a little bit slow on the take, a little bit disjointed, and SoaR were able to find these little cheeky 1v1s and have just an aim diff moment where they just stepped up and got a nice headshot here and there. Stasis just, even though it's an anti-eco, it's not free, nothing's free in Valorant, you gotta still be able to execute and force SoaR into long-range engagements that you can have the advantage on, with the exception to Tour de Force. Still use your utility advantage as well, because most teams on Ecos don't really have much util themselves to answer back with. Go ahead and just take that expenditure. You can just buy that back up after you win the round, surely, so just use that utility, throw yourself in. Flash, breach clear, those kind of things. You don't have a breach, but still, same concept.
For sure. There's a lot of options here for SoaR, and for Stasis, well, they picked up the bonus and got themselves a gun round, but falling to a thrifty so early is just going to take a lot of momentum away from you. So, looking out at least for a timeout very early on here from Stasis. Unfortunately, they're down to an eco, and that's just how the nature of it works. That's why thrifties are just so important in just shutting down teams' momentums. See if at least find a way to just get back into it. That's a cheeky trip by Physic. You want to learn your A-side cipher setups? There's one. Out middle right now for Stasis, hoping to find someone, but again, you're talking about the meta split, so we're just going to concede that. Passed up into B male, though. Could provide some problems if they get a little too close. Vic does have a vault line prepared. So I'm throwing a little bit of pressure with that blast pack. They're actually going to make their way into the vents area. All the trips being popped right now. You know, Stasis are still getting a lot of space right now.
Yeah, the question becomes if they can convert it into a Heaven Control on B or A site. Obviously, we know that A site would be a little bit easier overall, but there's no way for Stasis to know. They're going to go ahead and just choose for B because they have the Killer Miller, Astra, and Garage to help out. The entry is here.
Wait, Dominic is down, though. Oh, but that's been hurt by Vic. They're aware of this possibility. Even popping out the Showstopper. Maybe a little bit of overkill for a round like this. And even just no-look pass onto Killer Miller. Just Hooligan. Gonna get swung on and finished. Filthy. I mean, it's an anti-eco, but it still looks beautiful from SoaR.
Yeah, they're Showstopper from downtown hitting Killer Miller. Unlucky, to be honest. Definitely a bummer for Stasis there. I mean, it also was that eco, like you said, didn't have much to work with overall, but still a fantastic set with a breach set up to fully enable Thief on that raise to just take over and push back the attacking team, force it back into mail. SoaR, I will say, with his composition, have statistically been slightly better on defense, so it kind of still has that like hopium a little bit for Stasis if they start falling behind on this half, but which Stasis meanwhile has been roughly even Stevens, but we haven't really seen them much on this map in the past, and overall it hasn't been great anyway. So definitely going to be a new look from them. We just haven't quite seen it yet.
Just love SoaR's competition just allowing for so much setup. So see how that works now is they're trying to throw just a straight execute. The issue is here, Chad, there's already 3 players that have arrived in rotation. See that this execute can just be stopped in its tracks so easily. But the thing is right now for Stasis, there's no room to double back. They have to force forward. Wall up for Platinum. Oh, Thief is on the rafters, just gonna check back for Killer Miller. And they might not be ready for Epathy. Who cares? Thief trying to do everything. Even, you know, takes the Showstopper out of the hands of Sogo and leaves him 3v4 and just more or less unsuccessful.
Not a big fan of the Showstopper since they still had it 2v1 set up. The Sky was there to flash it in as well if they wanted to.
Oh my Epathy. That is just filthy. And now he's even jumping on top of the wall using the tools against Stasis. Epathy, what a hold. SoaR, just what a setup.
Yeah. I feel like that was a little bit of a over-eager, maybe too hyped in response Showstopper pop. Could have been saved for getting onto A site there at the very end, perhaps. But yeah, Stasis burning a couple ults there with no gain, really at all. Pushed back into a Shiko round. Epathy vibing at a 10-2-0, hanging out with the team. Yeah, it's halfway to another ultimate as well. Rolling Thunder is available, still not used by Vic, which still hasn't been needed.
There's haven't been many issues right now for SoaR, while Epathy has just heard the dog run away. He'll take his opportunity to push inside the Nebula. Has a back turn. He decides to push now, but I think he's going to wait for it to fade. Here's the players running away. Sees an isolated duel. Sogo. Oh, okay. Still able to fight back versus Epathy. And Sogo's, going to try to... What happened there?
I think it was a paint shell.
A paint shell? Did he, like, dash? Does a paint shell have a hitbox? Maybe it does.
Yeah.
Either way, it's still a 3-on-3. I don't know how.
He's the first one to launch forward and was pre-throwing the second one. So the trajectory keeps sending him forward, but it blew up early and bounced him right back.
I don't.
Because of the paint shell.
Felt like he just came to a complete standstill there.
Yeah.
Anyhow, for the side of Stasis. Still working at least with mid control in the 3v3. They have an isolated fight on the Trill. They work together here. They could potentially trade him out.
Left.
Of course.
Trademark's disabled.
That is true. So they actually... Oh, but they're making plenty of noise. Now Trill certainly knows it. He's going to pull away. Has to flick wide for Dominic. It is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. An A side open here for Stasis. This is the perfect situation that they could have found themselves in.
The only unfortunate thing is because of timing, Platinum had to push forward, get that wall down just to be safe on the plant, and that means that Platinum will not have a rifle to work with in this scenario. Long range will be tough.
Now they know that no one can be screened when they see that wall, so they can focus all their attention on the site here. Killer Miller, though, from behind the screen. 1 for 1. Platinum now in a one-on-one. Swings wide, and Platinum's gonna hit the headshot. And a 50-round found for Stasis, trying to turn the game around again.
No rifle, no problem. This little plays like that. The situation earlier from Platinum as well. That's the reason why that's the player that I was looking at for a little bit of a player profile piece on Breeze. This player just has this clutch potential, has the ability to step up for the team, which is really massive. It's not something you commonly see from Sages, really. Definitely more so of a player, but this is Split. But yeah, they still managed to pull it off. Beautiful shots. Love that they shot at the boombot as well.
Out to middle, though. Empathy, operator, aggressive, always looking for these opening duels. So they're out in no man's land right now. Super vulnerable to a potential sky flash or a dog. We'll fire a shot and TP away.
New control earned yet again for Stasis. But how can they convert to the heaven is the consistent question. They have 2 anchors set up. 1 A ramp, 1 garage.
Big AF off angle, but he's actually going to back away. They're already way past that nade. Oh, and the concuss, though, is perfect. Fault line thrown in from Vic, and Dominic just cannot make forward progress. He'll go down isolated. 4v5 for SoaR. Even the aftershock thrown in, adding more injury to the insult, perhaps. I like mixing up my metaphors. Anyhow, Stasis still, they're just stopped. They're absolutely shut down. Physic and Trill get dropped. Rolling Thunder thrown in, and you're not doing anything here for Stasis. The plane has not even gotten off the runway. Except for Sogo, starting the engine. 30 seconds. He's just going to back away. Has the showstopper. Has Physic close by, too. Throws up that tripwire, making noise.
I'm not sure what they're doing. They don't have spike in hand.
Here comes the showstopper. Yeah, no spike. Probably not going to happen anyways. Don't even bother burning the res here. Platinum probably just looking for extra kills, extra damage. Could consider holding on to this, but it drops into the site. Physic's going to deny him that luxury. And SoaR, they can lose a Thrifty, but they're always back on their feet.
I feel like that was a fair opportunity to save. To be honest.
True.
For both of them, Platinum and Sogo. I mean, sure, as 2 players, you can try to look to do eco damage, but SoaR's economy isn't that close to being broken. And they do manage to get rid of the showstopper at the very least.
Yeah. Just have to be
Sometimes you just gotta cut your losses early, you know?
Perhaps. Yeah, because a lot of time you just get shut down instantly. You don't get any of the space. The beef is still live.
Yeah.
Discombobulated here from Stasis guys. That's a word I got from Gary's mod.
Discombobulated?
Yeah. It's from Trouble in Terrorstown. Yeah. There's a grenade called the Discombobulator where it just throws you around. Absolutely useless nade, but absolutely useless. In fact, no one ever used that in Trouble in T-Town, so.
Well, certainly it's not something that Killer Miller will be using this round because they've already fallen in the garage. But Dominic,
I'd call it the. Oh, that would be the gravity well. That would be the gravity well, probably. That'd be the discombobulator if Valorant ages played TTT. Right now, they're going to try and back away towards the vents. Unfortunately, they have 2 players waiting for them. Physic's one of them, and 2 headshots. Make it 3, and they'll complete the flawless on the anti-eco. Enough Gary's mod talk. Let's talk about Physic.
Yeah, Physic definitely the player that struggled a lot on Split yesterday, and that was also the player who tried out Fade for the team composition. And you see them go off that immediately, and you can see Physic feeling a lot more comfortable with a more familiar agent, and definitely popping off, putting a lot better performance together this day.
Yeah, Physic. I think the Physics have been having a little bit of trouble, at least as an agent, at least on. What? I like the Stinger. Stinger rocks.
Yeah, it was a good Stinger. I like it.
Crazy. As we get into it, Stasis is gonna
remix.
The Stasis remix, just kind of like spin it back and forth, Stinger over and over again. Epathy. This is a bit of an overkill angle
he
for
heard
an
the drop.
operator. Yeah, he's absolutely heard the drop. He's actually just going to back away for a moment.
Interesting. Has a trademark just in case, and nobody else was covering ramps, so
3
they would be
players.
exposed. So good call by Epathy.
Surely they absolutely know just the tendencies of Stasis, though. They've overrun middle every single round. They've been silent on their approaches, but,
Here.
you know, right now SoaR aren't doing anything special. They are playing the sites. They are playing the setup. They have breach ready and raring to go on the off
I
angle.
like that. I like that Vic isn't in the same spot as before.
Yeah, right.
This time it's on the box instead of the corner.
It's just so we can't get pre-aimed, knocked out. Now they're trying to retake all the space. They're trying to maybe find a player isolated, a kill, a flash in. Information found. Lots of damage sustained here by Vic, but the info and the pushback on 30 seconds, only now are they going to make their move. Orbs going in, but there's no flashes to execute this. Instead, there's a paranoia, almost finds all the kills, but Platinum saves his team single-handedly. Now 20 seconds, though. They need to get a move on. They're going in the Thief, using the Satchel to disrupt alongside Trill, and it is a complete wash of a round put together by SoaR. They have all the players in the right position, and they have shut this one out. Oh, and
Even the headshot at the end, man. Kill Miller, I have to mention, has been in Garage kind of alone as an anchor almost every round. Something that Stasis hasn't tried yet is actually executing through Garage. A lot of times, it's been Trill just completely shutting it down and doing a little bit of a controller diff situation there.
so, I mean, the thing is right now for SoaR is they're never actually baiting out or never having to use their utility to really stop Stasis. That's when you hand middle control, you're not burning a drop of utility. It's like, you can have this for sure, but you're gonna have to burn your Trailblazer, a couple stars maybe, to try and take out the threat of potentially an Epathy operator. And as you can see here, 2 stars burned, both your drones gone too. You're not gonna have a lot going for the execute, so maybe you just need to start this move right now. There's always Thief here. He's ready. There's the paint shells. Is that going to come out? You still have the fault line. Everything available for Vic. Epathy.
Are they going to try doubling back to A?
I mean, that
Could
could be the
running right into
case.
Physic.
And look at this. They're doing this exact same thing again. This time around, they're trying to clear out Mail, push them back, and force out more and more utility out of the hands of Stasis. Also, a perfectly placed paint shells delaying the push. And now you just have...
no.
I mean, that Showstopper's just going to run out, finding no success, and it's an exact replica round we're watching as they all get mowed down again. The perfect setup here again for SoaR. As they get a 9-3 half, they had no issues, except barring a Thrifty, and, well, leading by 6 going into the half. Might just be plenty enough to close it here. 9-3 curse. That chest. As we're already kicking off this pistol, let's see if SoaR can at least, or Stasis rather, can at least reel things back in. A pistol round is the start of every comeback. I think that's been said before.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can get it doing.
The three-part hopium here for Stasis fans are 9-3 curse, defense on split, and SoaR has been better on defense on split specifically lately with this composition.
That is like the triple your daily dose of copium. So let's see if that works out. Nice start there for Platinum, catching the lurk of Epathy out middle. But they still get a spike plant, and they also still have Trill on Rafters. The post-plant positions are fantastic, except for 3 players. Family photo right behind. Tripwire and a fantastic flash as Trill gets knocked out, but 2 come in kind as the aggressive positioning pays off. Thief, he's finding 2. The crossfire from heaven in sight. Thief looking for the 4K on the pistol, and he also has the raise nade. Oh, if it wasn't worse enough for Dominic, he now has to wait out this spike. Defuse is trying to be attempted, swinging in, and just gonna find the headshot there for Thief. Pistol round found as he gets aggressive and finds a 4K.
Definitely a doomed position for Dominic, not having any more utility really to work with there, and completely, you have to be so exposed to get a defuse through. Thief playing that perfectly, and as good of a player, Dominic knows this, to keep baiting that out, won't be overextending for any bad reason or anything, so tough spot for sure. Comes out of Stasis, needs to not let SoaR get an easy, optimal plant site location like that again, which hard to say on pistols. You have a lot of utility listed up, things like that. You only know where the enemy's coming from. Stasis challenging for mid on the defensive side of things, which is not something that is very common these days.
Work. It's close to working, but Thief unblind, and there's they just swarm middle. They collapse on it. 1v3 now is also Trill, or rather Physic found his entry onto the B site, so that's open and ready to go. Rage for the shorty. 1 satchel to maybe leap onto site. That is the only sort of solace I give him. He's about to run right into Thief. Greetings.
I'm still here, I'm muted.
As well, the eco not going the way of Stasis, then is this it? This is basically their full buy and their last chance they have in this map and the series.
Yeah, and I honestly have concerns that maybe Stasis is a little bit behind on the meta, which would be unfortunately true to their name if so. Howard and Stasis the whole time, where they've been burning a lot of utility for trying to fight for mid control when most teams these days just completely give up mid entirely on defense and just fight for the exits instead. So like you said, like Stasis didn't have utility to really get onto the site for the heavens after that. And on defense, so far I've been allocating a lot of resources to fight for mid on defense, where SoaR's just largely ignoring it so far.
Let's see this here from Thief, though. This is your last chance. What fantastic movement from Thief. He's already in towards heaven. Still up Hooligan to Flowers, though. Is it only the one and done? He needs the second, but Thief is already backstabbing them. Surprise! How is Thief in spawn already? Must be Stasis as they get throttled by SoaR. 12-3.
Match point.
Honestly, that dark cover blast pack setup was everything for that round. I completely threw a lot of chaos on the map and the site, where the comms probably were not very good for Stasis, trying to, like, people on the site trying to figure out exactly where Thief was, while also dealing with people rotating and swinging on them in the moment. So while they're being pressured, it's so hard to give clear comms. I'd be like, oh, well, we heard blast pack, so there's probably going to be a member up on heaven. You don't really say that while you're currently fighting for your life in 1v1, 1v2, as the rest of the team swinging through, you know? Like, so you clearly can see that comms didn't go through. Stasis members didn't seem to be aware of Thief's location, and I love Thief on Raze, man. He's looking so good on it.
He looks so comfortable comparatively to playing smokes. This is where this guy has reigned supreme. His second most played agent all time. Dominic coming up towards the vents. Epathy's gonna walk through the smoke and find him. And Thief is already so close, walking right up. He's gonna find Hooligan, but the paint shells will get him in the end. 3 versus 3, but SoaR know that the space has been taken. They're going to try a B-split. Killer Miller, though, has revealed his position. He could get caught out in the open trying to reposition, but instead, well, it's going to be Dominic back in the fight. Killer Miller does reposition, but does get dropped. SoGo into spawn. Epathy thinking about jumping through the smoke, but not going to happen. It's still a 3-on-3, though.
Seagers coming through. This is a flurry of utility on the retake situation, but SoaR keeps the numbers under their advantage post-plant.
Yeah, Trill tapping out. Platinum goes down, just leaving. Dominic just got res, still has the dog. Time in his favor. The kill does come through, but F50 peaked with his teammate, and SoaR walked through this series, only dropping 5 rounds total. They just show a masterclass here.
I promise you at home, I promise you, on paper, this looked like a matchup that had upset potential. Like, Stasis has, like, both teams have been on upswing. So we did clear that at the start of the series, at least. Both teams have been on upswing. SoaR is the ones that are favored, the other ones that are favored to win it out. But is Stasis on enough of an upswing to catch them out? Apparently not. They went for a gamble composition on Breeze, did not work out at all. They went back to what they're used to on Split, but even then, a little bit behind on meta, it seems like, and behind on reads. And SoaR overall looked so incredibly clean, both on a team sense and on an individual sense. They were just all popping off and made it look like it's not even close to an upset potential of a map or a series entirely.
I know, they just look so coordinated. They were just all so unified. They had a game plan going on. They conserved their utility. They had all of that ready. You know, when an egg gets thrown in and you have boombots, aftershock, paint shells, paranoias to deal with, you're not getting in when you don't have any of your attack side utility that's so useful. And so that was just the play. We're gonna hand you mid control. You can keep that, folks, but we'll hold on to all our anti-execute utility. And it just looked perfect right there, Chad.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, SoaR is one of the favorites to win the tournament this week. You can definitely see why. Another contenders out there would be like TSM Academy, Oxygen Academy as well. Maybe you can say YFP Gaming is in there as well, and it can just have a step up performance and show signs of improvement step up this week. But SoaR definitely is up there, 1-2 kind of situation for favorites. So on paper they were. We very much saw it live in front of our eyes. Exactly that. Yeah,
I mean, we were hoping for something good out of Stasis, but SoaR came out and proved themselves dominant 2-0. They're the first team in the semifinals. But we have more series on the way. We'll come back to us here and give you guys the next series while the other ones begin to wrap up. But before we do that, a shout out to Mike and Ike, the sweetest candy in the game. You can take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits Mega Mix. You already know the fruity, juicy flavors keeps it all good for you guys playing here in the Nerd Street Champs qualifiers. You can go ahead and fuel your game and keep your game at your best with a pack of Mike and Ike. We're going to go ahead and toss it to a little bit of a break, and afterwards, we're going to be going ahead and taking our next series. It'll be our semifinal, or if one of these games goes really, really long, we might hop on for a decider. That has yet to be decided, though, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our next semifinal.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am Time to Light. Here's your wrap-up from the Nerd Street Champs Fullerton LAN qualification tournament. To open things up, Zero Marksman Black took 2 quick wins in Group A over 2inch and the Apollo Esports Kitten Wranglers. While as we dropped down, so did unfortunately B-Hop Esports, as Rank G took that one and moved on as into the round of 16. Illusion took on Perk 30 to move on to the playoffs as well, continuing on their reign of terror they've seen in the T3 scene. Elite was the firing squad of Fireball Ups from BBG and Say from the Knights as they took down 2inch in 2-0 fashion. Into Sunday, it was our first and unfortunately only 3-map series. Illusion taking map 1 of Icebox, but they could not compete past that as they dropped both Ascent and Haven. They drop from the tournament as Core Red move on to take Zero Marksman Black. We drop to the lower side of the bracket as we picked up the E-Daters and 2-Tap match. Unfortunately, 2-Tap just could not match up with the E-Daters and dropped in 3rd or 4th place, making $1,000 and walking away with 400 Nerd Street Gamers qualification points, alongside Core Red, who got dropped by Zero Marksman, leaving us with the grand finals of Zero Marksman and the E-Daters. The grand final, unfortunately, seemed like it ended almost as soon as it started, with pop-off performances from Bjor and Jonah 6, leaving the E-Daters in their dust as ZMM walk away with the event with $5,500 and auto qualifications into the finals at Philadelphia in August.
Stasis ship.
No shame to Stasis, but they weren't the only team that got clobbered in their quarterfinals, as SoaR and TSM Academy now are going to be matching up here in the semifinals. Right off the bat here, Chad, we're into probably one of the heaters that we got in this bracket.
Yeah, it should be a barn burner for sure. These are two of the favorite teams to win it, so not surprised whatsoever. They both have made it into the semifinals. SoaR looking incredibly dominant in that last series. TSM, of course, like you said, doing the same. Also, earlier on, beating Teal Seam as well, which is another really strong team that World on the Street just got signed even. So that is definitely going to be an exciting match. Last time, though, we've seen these two teams go up against each other. Didn't really go TSM's way. It was an 0-2 showing for them. SoaR definitely took that one home. But that was with Boy in the roster before. Now they have Precision playing with them. So will be different tale for this matchup here.
Actually, is Precision back in for them? I mean, yesterday they were working with Rebo, so who knows?
Yes, maybe not.
Maybe not. We'll see what their rosters are walking into today. And Rebo still working on the lineup here. So, in fact, just a couple weeks back, 2 weeks ago, these two teams played in the grand final of a Nerd Street Champs qualifier, and it was SoaR taking it pretty convincingly 2-0. They stomped, but now kind of, reassembling the old Radiance roster, one member at a time, as Rebo joins Venture for TSM FTX Academy. See how that one works out, facing off against the SoaR. But they both look dominant in their two series, so who knows? Maybe we're going to get a more competitive one out of this one.
Yeah, and Rebo looking dominant as well in that series just now. Was top of the board, 284 HCS overall as the average for across the two maps he did play, plus 13, plus 4 on first kills, all that kind of stuff. Just overall fantastic showing, especially considering that they are the Sentinel player for this team, for this roster lineup. And something interesting as well is TSM still sticking with the Fade this time around. On that last series, they went with the Fade on Ascent, which I think is one of the two maps that she is very viable on. Yep. So definitely still in their bag of tricks, but perhaps not on Split these days.
Yeah, bringing in Rebo, though, kind of as kind of moving in between, like, Precision's roles. I think Rebo was more or less the primary smokes player for when he was on Radiance, but kind of making his return back here. He gets to play a little bit of the Viper in the double controller setups that do run, but mostly kind of stuck on towards a couple of the Sentinels, more or less for TSM Academy. So see how he integrates, but I mean, you already showed 32 and 19 total and 284 ACS across both maps. Is quite the grit sign coming in for Rebo and kind of having to fit himself into a new system. So, I mean, good news for TSM Academy, and it's about changing that result from that sort of sodden 2-0 that they had against SoaR, and see if they can make this one a lot more competitive as time has passed.
Yeah, I think they definitely can. I think this is going to be a far closer match than we've seen them both have in the quarterfinals. I think this is one that could very easily go 3 maps, even though the last time they saw each other was a 2-0. I think there's just enough changes and improvements to the roster for TSM, especially under the leadership of Inox, which recently came into as a head coach position, which has been there for a few months now, but definitely has good leadership as TSM Academy, especially with a new player coming through. So they should be able to get up to speed a lot faster, therefore. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what we get to see moving forward with maps underway, things like that, to see which compositions we might get to see.
Yeah. So I mean, we're looking at more of the Fades that we've seen. Ascent and Split have been at least the maps that they've commonly played it on for Fade for TSM Academy. We saw that SoaR tried to experiment it with it yesterday, but it went far from as planned. But I mean, their new composition on Split looked fantastic. The game plan was certainly there for the side of SoaR. So, well, whether we're going to see more Fate action from TSM Academy, of course, it depends on the maps that they do like to run. So, if we have it prepared, we'll hand it out to you guys. But if we don't, then we'll just chill out for a little bit. Also, Harmful coming in the lineup. It's been about a month or so since Harmful has kind of joined in with this TSM FTX Academy lineup. Generally speaking, his performance has been pretty solid. He's just looking to develop into the next up-and-coming Jet here in North America.
Yeah, I think Harmful is definitely a fantastic addition to his lineup as of the past. Definitely somebody who's also comfortable with playing the Neon as well, which isn't an agent that we've seen very often, but the fact that they can bring that out is very interesting, at the very least. Seeing that actually on Split in the past for TSM Academy didn't work out very, very well. It's kind of like what they're doing with trying out Fade, things like that. But I mean, still on Fracture, I think Neon's really viable for sure.
Oh yeah.
So we'll see if we can get even Fracture's the map pick today, perhaps see that a little bit of change of pace. I would love to get like a Haven and or a split Ascent so we can see Fade, and get a Fracture, we see Neon, and just get as much variety in agents as possible.
Much
Would be awesome.
chaos everywhere. There we go.
Yes.
Just I want every agent in the pool. Get me some Phoenix going. Yeah, guys, let's go. I love agents in Valorant. You know, so hopefully not. I'm waiting for the day. Like Phoenix is genuinely the Garen of Valorant. I feel like for the you've been in League. You know what I'm talking about. But anyways,
the Timo,
great.
if you will.
Yeah, I mean, you could also put it as that way as well, but you know, we can definitely get a lot of agent variety. We were starting to see a lot of agent exploration with this. Epathy is finally going to have to, well, not play Jet, but Chamber is kind of a 1-for-1 swap in terms of the operator play. So a lot of people are gonna have been switching up their roles come this new meta, where Sova has been starting to fade out. Jet, oh, that was a unintended pun, but and then. Please laugh, everyone. But then also Jet is also kind of falling out of the meta, as, you know, at least what was running like a 50% pick rate across all maps in Valorant. That is certainly dropping as Raze comes and Neon become more viable. So, I mean, teams are adapting, and this is the tournament to do it. So, who knows? We might see some extra agent variety even just today.
Well, good news for anybody who is interested in seeing Fade is we do get the map pick bans underway of results, actually. So we can start saying what the results are, actually. And that's going to be Haven being the first map, picked by SoaR, Ascent being the second, picked by TSM, and both teams wanting to play Fade, and they both pick the two best Fade maps, in my opinion, and from what we've seen statistically. If we do go to the third map, it will be Bind, which isn't much of a Fade map, but I think she still has a place if you really want to try to force it there.
If you really want to just like buy into Fate stocks all the way, if you're fully invested in and you cannot pull out, you have to make this investment work. Yeah, you can play it on Blind. But there's also a Brimstone map, so you know what, for my Brimmy enjoyers, that will be a fun third map. So yeah, I mean, we're already looking to see a couple. I've seen Neon brought out for Haven as well on a couple times. Now I'm not saying that SoaR have really opted into that often for their Haven choice, but they could still mix up the bag a little bit here for the SoaR side.
Yeah, I think Harmful, as we already talked about, being comfortable. Hey, we got map graphics. Let's go.
There we go.
See Fracture is banned immediately, as the SoaR doesn't want to deal with Harmful's Neon on that map at the very least. However, with them picking Haven is the next talking point that's actually about to go into, is the fact that Harmful has shown willingness to play Neon on Haven in the past. Not saying that he will, it's not what I expect, but it's something that they can pull out as one of their bag of tricks, because catch a SoaR by surprise, perhaps, but nevertheless, I do expect Jet Chamber Axe options. Fade can come in to replace the Sova, and they can use a Breach alongside that. Has been one of the more flavor of the month options for this meta, and beyond that, usually an Omen. Could see a Brimstone on Haven as well.
I am a certified Brimstone enjoyer, so
same.
Please pick into the Brimstone, but more likely to be an Omen for the side of TSM, because I think Omen, generally speaking, just has more individual options. You feel more free playing Omen than having to sit on a site for the entirety of the game as a Brimstone, say, or any other controller. If people out there picking Viper on Haven, then bring me back to 2020. So yeah. So I mean, at least for the side, Omen's more likely, at least for us to see. But again, with this new meta that we're in, even Astra is starting to kind of find her way. Not for Haven, but for various other maps. So, like, we are probably in one of the most diverse metas that we've ever had ourselves to run into. So let's see what the meta is. Right now, at least, we see TSM locking in, but we still have SoaR hovering.
There it is. There it is. We got the Fade action as well. So go ahead and just. We'll do a quick double check, make sure we have the ability names memorized. You know, one of those things. So such a new agent is like.
All right.
We just within the past week seeing the new lady with the flashes, with the info gathering and the.
So we have Molly, Cabbage, Sovadart, and Rolling Thunder, but doesn't knock anyone up. There you go. I got it all down.
Rolling Whisper is really
Rolling Whisper. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Come on, Riot.
Whisper of the wind. We got Shadow
Cabbages,
Cat.
Prowlers. Okay, I actually know what they are.
Shadow Cat as well.
For the people in chat who are really stingy about the names of abilities, I I hope you are enjoying. So, I mean, so well, I think, we're going back to the screen.
Maybe.
Physic didn't pick his agent. No, Physic crashed. Physic just crashed, unfortunately, as the game started. So, back to us, folks. But we did kind of get a look at the lock-in. It is TSM lock-in exactly what they have yesterday, what they did, or at least earlier on. Sorry, yesterday, yeah, against Teal Team. So nothing really different. I mean, I think the one thing that Fade can struggle on is defense at times, specifically. But I think on a map like Haven, where defender side aggression is certainly rewarded, Fade has a pretty big place, at least in the Haven meta.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why Haven is one of their best options. Similar to Ascent, is you can find some success being a little more aggressive, not as much as Haven, but you can. But also the fact that the walls don't have, like, there's not hard ceilings throughout the map that often. You can get that, you can get the haunts, the little scout bubble balloon.
Sova Dart.
Go on top of some of those walls and stuff like that as well to get some bird's eye views and things of that sort. So definitely good lineups as well for Fade with those maps. But yeah, it's definitely an agent that does struggle on defense, like you said, because you can't just like full hold very well with that agent. Your molly doesn't really do damage, doesn't make them invulnerable. It just cuts out noise, is really it, and also can snare you, but you can still shoot back just fine. You take damage that's normal, that kind of thing. So it's not like the most amazing molly for holds, and you have to have a little bit of prediction work on top of that. So she's definitely better on the aggression. If she's more on dictating what's happening, she's pushing forward with the team, setting the team up, even setting herself up a little bit. But yeah, the theme of the agent that Riot put out was that she preys on the fears of others, and that's really what it is. If you're trying to defend on yourself, you're sitting in a corner trying to rat out, she'll prey on that and make you fearful in your little corner.
God, Chad, so much lore right there.
Lore.
Incredible. I feel
lore.
so immersed now that I know what Fade is all about. Immersion, assembled, TSM, pick and fade, and sticking to a more stock standard lineup here for SoaR, as normally it would be Physic working with the Fade, but still stuck in medieval early 2022 playing Sova on Haven. See if modernity can reign supreme here for TSM. We're heading into Haven as Epathy already fast dashing into short. Just so aggressive.
Oh my god.
Just gonna get owned by the Prowler. A second Prowler. And that was snare. Oh man, Epathy's not having a fun day at the office here, as Pan will find him towards the end of it.
Jeez.
But SoaR, they're gonna sprint back to the seaside here.
All right, Epathy, good luck. See what happens. All right, guys, going. Oh god, I can't say anything for forever. And there's a little tether telling me exactly where to go. It got brought down as well from the tether.
Ooh, Rebo is caught out in the middle of the open, but actually is going to still stand and fight. Jumping in with the classic, trying to do free gun things, but it's Trill. That's why you spent 450 on the Frenzy. It's just Pan got the opener, but now place on for the ace clutch, folks, is what I'm going to say for this. I think his chance is nigh on impossible. As, well, he takes a lot of damage. Oh, 2 kills there, but had to reload. Physics got him locked in. You know what I noticed about that round, Chad? That is the exact same pistol round they ran versus Sentinels in VCT Challengers. So,
Yes.
that is, run Epathy to A and try to have the other 4 players fake another site. That is kind of the game plan here for SoaR.
Well,
it's going to be present in a lot of rounds, for the record.
That is that's one of the go-tos for basically any situation. And if they all stacked up at A lobby, they're like, okay, if Epathy gets a kill, then we'll explode on A maybe, and we'll just send them as like a scout and see what happens, and answer accordingly. But now here comes Epathy yet again, leading the charge.
Marshall's in hand actually boxes in these players in towards A long. The classic finds something. Not impossible. Certainly helped. Also has Prowlers available for a pay-in. If they get a little too close for comfort. And the Prowler will actually seek out one player. And you have Harmful cutting off the rotate. The Marshall, a tag. You know, a tag is the start of everything. But in the meantime, they will actually have access to the B site. So, Rebo considering maybe a flank. But Physic getting the spike planted. No issues. And all of a sudden, the round has gone from doable to impossible for TSMA.
Yeah, certainly would not bet on their chances here. The odds are certainly stacked against them, and would be a big payout for anybody who did, though. That's for sure.
They have a little bit of util.
That turret gives away the positioning of Chamber and Omen pushing out. So Troll's able to shut them down. Reba able to at least answer back, get good for one. But
Another
we're
one.
gonna need a couple more kills to make this a good eco.
Okay, you know, 2 kills is not the end of the world, is what I'll say for TSMA. Not a bad eco. Actually, lots of damage too. That's gonna force up some armor rebuys.
Yeah.
All in all, I'm gonna call that. You know what? That's a wild W considering the circumstances.
Yeah, I'd say it's barely worth. It's barely a dub for an eco, all things considered. The free entry on the B site, you see the trademark there immediately. Rebo didn't buy up a trademark because they're on eco. But this time around, that will be a little bit better of an option. Just slow them down at least a little bit on the side of SoaR. Second towards Garage and C instead. We'll see if Apathy continues just throwing themselves into Garage like they did before. There they go.
All right, and Apathy up to miniature 10s is the way I'm going to phrase it. Dash primed and ready to go, and Smoke Dash trying to be tossed in him, and he does get up on top of the C site, but no one's actually home to find an entry. No entry to grab onto here for SoaR. So you're going to get a 5-on-5 post play. Visick, or rather Trill, only a Frenzy, running and gunning, trying to make it happen, but it's the Spectres trading back in. Apathy is in their spawn, and the bonus round looking to be converted here. For SoaR, just paying 1v3, and they are swarming spawn right now. They know where he is, and Spitzik is gonna get it. Bonus round for SoaR.
So huge that they were able to buy so much time in Garage to allow that swing from the defending spawn. And catch all those members in TSM Academy completely pinched and unaware by that aggression. There is the Nightfall available, the Rolling Whisper, if you will.
Rolling Whisper.
That could provide a good option for shutting down an advancement, but honestly, like, Apathy is so aggressive, I don't think I would even stop him. Like, I think he wouldn't even care. And it's definitely an ultimate that would be better off on the retake option as well, so. Considering the situation that TSM is finding themselves in, they're dying on the sites, not able to set themselves up for a good retake. And if they do, they leave themselves back completely exposed. Yeah, they do have that.
He is like 2 HP though.
Yeah.
See how harmful? Is gonna need something insane. Not gonna hit the headshot on the Visick. Not a chance, like an isolated duel, an opportunity, but as the util starts to leave the belts of SMA, that Prowler is quite annoying. Oh, and actually, Rebo has Apathy trapped. Oh, not going to take the shot, though. And so low, he can't really go for a peek. He's going to have to teleport away, and unfortunately, that chance goes to waste. Maybe he'll have another opportunity, but no, Apathy runs both the players on the site down. Even going to try to dash into heaven. Movement not quite there, but Vic has got his back. All the frags come through for SoaR. We're going to see 4-0 up and running.
This is the moment, ZK. Hit that insane viral Twitter clip, 1v5.
It's going to be pinned for years.
Yeah, this is going to be pinned on your Twitter.
1 quadrillion likes. Let's go.
How many
for the impressions? Oh, the impressions. All right, first, found. Second, where is it? Oh, now he's concussed. And, you know, we were dreaming for a little bit, Chad. We were hoping.
Mate, you gotta set him up just in case, you know?
Yeah. You can't be the commentator who said he never had a chance and then 1v5s. So.
Yep. Yeah, if I'm gonna be on the comms during that super viral Twitter clip, I'm gonna be the one that believed in them the whole time too, you know?
Yeah. Right. I'm gonna be the one who doesn't, and I'm gonna be the noob. I'm gonna lose followers. Like, come on. All right, timeout being rolled out.
But
yeah, timeout being rolled out here from Inox. It's good to run it out early. Yeah. I think I'd really need to assemble a game plan because at least what I've seen from SoaR, at least on this map, I watched their game versus Sentinels. They're gonna use Apathy as just a hard entry on every site, and your goal here for TSMA is to shut him down.
Yep.
And prevent him from gaining space. How they're going to do that? Well, that's up for Inox to tell his teammates.
Yeah,
See if-
they even tried just completely giving space and play for retake on that round number 3 when they were on the anti-bonus, but then
Right.
they just didn't quite account for the aggression out from defending spawn door access. So give up the back alley, let themselves be completely distracted by Trill's antics and Epithes as well. So
Yeah, but-
to talk about, let's go ahead and maybe play for retake or for hold is like one of the two options, but considering you have a Fade on composition, a little bit tough to really do that across the board.
Yeah, you know, Fade doesn't necessarily have the stopping power. We talked about how her C's is not necessarily as great as, you know, who knows, a different Molly, KO Molly, for example.
Yeah, like you have a Jet. Like, what does a Jet do in the full hold? Chamber has only one trademark these days. Paranoia, you need a little bit of a wind-up time to predict that's coming through. So I guess you have like some one-way options, and smokes could work. Breach does have options for full hold, but Fade doesn't really. So you have like 1.5 agents, kind of 1 to 2 for full holds. Definitely not like a Killjoy setup or something like that. You know, it's
Exactly.
not forward information like a Sova can. While Fade does have as an option, it's not as efficient as Sova's forward information. So it's tough.
I think a big win condition could also just be fighting for extremities of the maps, just kind of preventing the execute before it can even get off the ground. There are a lot of tools for TSMA to do exactly that. You have Breach, you have Fade, even Omen Paranoia can be factored into that, and you know you can kind of set up the Jet pretty well. There was a minor technical pause, but we do have game back on screen. We started it. We are single-handedly responsible for this game start.
And this works out really well for SoaR, honestly. Probably predicting that TSM Academy is going with Fade, because with Apathy being so aggressive, there's not really a time for TSM Academy to be aggressive themselves on the defensive side, because either run into the death ball of SoaR, or the guess completely wrong, completely gave up sight and have to go across the entire map to do so.
It's going to be difficult. I mean, they're going to toss in the Paranoia, but that's only going to slow them down for so long. Though Venture has dropped the spike into long, and here is a surprise. Rebo has made his way into Cubby, and oh, deep spot his shoulder. Doesn't matter. Rebo is going to hit the headshot as well as the Nightfall goes through. A lot of players are going to be detained here. Only Rebo, though. That's fine. ZK still fighting. And they shut down the execute of SoaR. We thought that they couldn't really do it, but they stack up the site. They get aggressive into C-Long, cut down one prong of the attack, and then they can focus on the others. Just like Napoleon Bonaparte intended. Defeat in detail. And now just up at the 1v5. This would be one for the ages. Now, does he want the Twitter clip? Does he want the impression? No.
Oh. That was ambitious, for sure.
That was ambitious. That was a crazy option.
That's just empathy things, man. He just goes for it. It's a spectacle to see, that's for sure. I enjoy it. And it largely has been successful so far, which is also exciting to see. That time around, honestly, really big step up from Rebo. Down C-Long. Has the assistance from the teammates too, but overall, hitting the shots, winning out those fights, keeping control of the spike, that allowed TSM Academy so much control of the map entirely. Plus, they had the information that at least 2 people were in garage beyond that. So, like, okay, well, now it's 3 people left. 2 at least of them are in garage, so we just control for that, and that's exactly what they did.
They're gonna try and shut down Apathy. He's been seized up.
see
The
gun?
barrel was spotted there by Harmful. They're not gonna drone it out. This is an operator, but that dash, it's gonna run out shortly. He feels inclined, and well, there's physic on the drone. Harmful's gonna find the opener, and all you need to do is just stall out for a little bit. But Apathy, hungry for the opener, trying to get the entry on the site, but Harmful's gonna shut him down before he can even dash. And TSM Academy, the adaptation, great. Harmful even continuing this. Still wants a piece of it, but 3v5 gonna keep moving in and out between the angles. Harmful for 3, gets up close for 4, running out of ammo though on the operator, and so Vic actually gets the first 2 kills of this. Venture will shut him down, but Harmful all the way.
What a round for Harmful. Like, there's nothing to analyze there. Just you saw the plays. They're very good. Something to talk about though is this change to the Jet that is supposed to be a nerf. If you prime it and you get a kill while it's primed, you get credit towards the next dash, which is not something that's common at all in this game. Even like ultimates, if you use your ultimate, you don't get credit towards your next ultimate if you get kills with it. So definitely an interesting decision made for that, and that allowed Harmful to have that extra dash sooner when trying to challenge Vic, had to fall off.
Nicely done. Again, just shutting them out, taking the forward play, making sure that Apathy is unable to be set up for an execute. because there is no execute. They're all gone. 5-on-5. ZK up top. Fun angle. There are a couple folks beneath him, though. Folks that don't really want them to be around. ZK does... Epathy finds a kill. Oh, ZK, though. Elevated angle. No way Epathy is ready for this, but Epathy's not giving him the fight. Aftershock thrown in. That's the... Oh, no! Chances blown there from ZK. He can't hit the shots, and Thief will frag him out. Rolling Thunder even tossed in to try and swing out to middle, but Harmful's being watched for. Rebo will get one. Trying to swing out from Garage, but shut down. Just not enough players in the play. And SoaR back to winning ways.
Multiple times now, Rebo trying to do their best to keep TSM Academy in these rounds, but just couldn't do enough. And showed up to the fight a little bit late, which is, you know, fair enough. They were all the way over to C site when everybody was falling on B. Nice little bait, finding Harmful to try making him play out of a lobby as well. We saw the strength and fade earlier when Payan knew exactly where those members of SoaR were, and the Garage just spamming all that utility to keep them always on the back foot. But again, we have to just see if they can find that information. So looking forward to seeing the offensive side of this academy. On the defensive side of things, still looking ahead to seeing Harmful with an operating hand and Rebo with his aggressive looks.
Yeah, even Pan as well. They start with three towards A. And oh, well, Rolling Thunder plus the likes of the Hunter's Fury is going to put Pan in a bit of a bind. Rebo, however, still on the site. Flash goes in up front, but swings the site just a tad too wide. 2 for 2, though, as Harmful and Venture arriving with the Sheriff. 2v2, spike down towards long, and both these players are short. They have to reposition.
Drop that dark covered. Both
oh, look what Thief is going to do. He's going to run to the C site and use his ult to pick up the spike. This is genius. This is going to be a genius play. Wait for it in just a moment. As ZK, he's already on C. And ta-da, thanks for the spike, guys. I'm going to play it.
Yeah, honestly, we've been seeing that more and more lately, which is a very smart play for sure. Just started becoming a lot more popular this past week. So very Babe Wake Up, new meta strat online is Omen going over there and just quick grabbing it like that. So TSM Academy needed to just be a little bit more alert to the possibility of that happening, but harder to make a call happen on that.
Epathy operator up close. So terrified of the operator. Our TSM, they're just pre-firing every corner. Not pre-firing that one. Is Venture. Now ZK lands, I think, onto what I believe was Thief. Yeah, but not enough to get all the frags, and SoaR, they take the 2v2.
See that one right there is one of the many reasons people run Omen these days, especially for C-site holds.
One way's everywhere.
Yeah.
One way machine.
And in spots you wouldn't think like could be one way, because you traditionally think you just place it on top of a box or something, but it's like inside the wall. You just have to.
I don't know how they do it. Like when I try to go into ranks, like I'm gonna one way like the pros, and it's like how? Explain and how they do it so seamlessly.
What's the spot?
Tell me what the spot is. All right, Rebo looking to swing out. Oh, huge opportunity. Harmful will find Thief. Maybe some chances as Rebo now sees an opportunity. The concuss is great. Takes a little bit, but we'll get the kill on a Vic. Either way, a good aftershock, but Trill has already made his way right on past it. Oh no, that is going to result in ZK's demise. Being right up into Trill's grill, and oh, Rebo. Next in line for Trill as he lines up the entire site. Payan, can he turn it on its head? He can't. Epathy too fast. SoaR 7-2.
You can really see in these rounds Epathy with the operator hand. It's not going as crazy aggressive as we've seen before in this half. Not what we're used to. But it definitely is awesome to see it happen, to really show that this isn't a player that's so one-dimensional they have to go and just play aggressive and do that kind of play style every single time. You still have the composure to be able to hold an operator hand and get those angles held perfectly. Be fantastic on a reaction speed, things like that as well. So they can play the aggression, they can play the pace and composed. They can do it on Chamber as well, that we saw in Split last series. So shout out to them for being a well-diverse player, even though it seems like their favorite play style is being mega aggro.
Yeah. No charges. Right now, Trill bringing these rounds back together for SoaR. Right now, putting a lot of mid-pressure out, and I think SoaR, that was what they were planning to accomplish. Look how much utility would just burn pretty much instantly. The valuable paranoia lost, but harmful.
Yeah.
Still aggressive into short, and he's basically controlling the entire A side of the map right now for SoaR, or rather for TSMA.
And that's one of the strengths of being so aggressive early in the half as well, is that forces TSM Academy to have to use a lot of utility in response to any sign of presence whatsoever. So when they cut noise and execute somewhere else, it's a lot easier it takes for them.
Oh, paranoia right now for ZK. He has a teleport maybe to get out. Maybe
either.
Trying and cheesy reposition. That could work out nicely. He's tucked out towards the plat. Payan will get his one. Now ZK, this position could be unexpected, but now he can try to catch them on the rotate, but Empathy, very aware, catches him on the peak, 3v3.
Fast rotation towards A side. Is Harmful have the read for this? Yes. Will be going over to the window. You already see the rotation for the breach as well. Chamber just waiting out. I don't know.
Maybe trying to dodge a potential op shot. Either way, Harmful. Oh, you're going to be wishing you're dodging that one. Thief almost pulls off the teleport, but doesn't get out of dodge. And Empathy's been legged up. Where's the updraft? Where's the shorty? Trying to throw it through the smoke, and Harmful's going to get it in. Venture joins to the party, and TSMA rotations in time. The read is in. 3 rounds for them.
I love the second smoke there as well from Harmful, just so they can walk around the corner and not be exposed at all to anybody else watching, and just trust shots towards default. See what happens. I know I like them. That was a great call there.
Yeah.
Overall, just great awareness as well. Venture is making the rotation over happen eventually as well, and made there in the very end. Reba has fast rotate as Chamber naturally. TSM Academy not out of it. I mean, they got caught a little bit sluggish, I think, with SoaR's very aggressive playstyle.
Yeah. Smoking towards bottom long. An ambitious defender side Omen smoke. And, well, Reba. No. That's not going to work. As Thief completely is like, yeah, that was a tad ambitious, folks.
I understand the mentality, and if it worked, it would have been looking amazing. The fact that he can hop up like that and be on an off position, but yeah, Thief was planning for that.
Oh, Harm? Oh, the drone doesn't spot Harmful. That is disgusting. Even looking for extras. Oh, gonna have to smoke Stash. Will updraft away. Survive, but 2 kills in kind. Now entries in towards B and Garage. Pressure onto ZK. As he's holding the off angle, though. Spots the barrel of Trill. Needs another, though, as the dart bouncing all over the place, but now gonna get knocked up. Harmful cannot support, and ZK can't hit the headshot. A 4K for Thief. Making it work here for SoaR.
Thief has been really true to the name, just kind of going with like a roguelike mentality, like assassin mode, being like a thief in the night kind of situation. How often in that last series, and even like just now, where they are able to find their way through these gaps in the defensive line in spots that the defenders don't expect them to be. So they're able to steal away those rounds, steal away some frags themselves, which this is something they need to do. We've seen them being very proficient without doing that playstyle, but the fact that they can do that as well makes it even more dangerous.
Yeah, keep in mind this is the map pick of SoaR. It's not room to fear just yet, but it's still not a bright future at the moment for TSM Academy. Fate, I'm not saying it's not quite working, but maybe it's just kind of mismatching into the composition. And Stinger. Where's the Prowler? I'm waiting for the Prowler and just a Stinger run and gun. That's Venture right by his side. Could help out. A little bait and switch setup. Right now, just gliding over towards the side. Rebo, big off angle. Huge chance. But only damage. And now Empathy's gonna open up. But Venture with the trade. Well done to at least keep the round in reality there. I don't know what that teleport was for. Did it pick up a gun? I'm not necessarily sure. Either way, he's going to try an entry into the site, and he's going to find Venture. Trying to teleport into heaven. A little bit of struggle there. Thief is up, and this round might just be down here for TSMA.
That's done a Harmful CK.
You should run.
Yeah, even the lockdown to kind of pour salt on quite a terrible wound. That's a nice shot there from Harmful on the run-up, but has to wait a couple... No. Okay. Oh, actually going to slip by. Has the lockdown, has the dash primed. Actually could try to slide past Physic, but not happening today. And it's just ZK stuck in spawn. Time ticking. Players to frag out upon aren't even thrown up just because, well, for extra measure. This is going to be for KD for ZK. Vic's going to get him. 9-3 for SoaR going into this. I mean, they're just looking absolutely not unstoppable. They've been mortal in a couple of these rounds, but you can see that the gameplay is there. It's why they picked this map against the top teams. But going into half, well, we're going to have to bring it to a break. See if TSMA can make a 9-3 curse happen. Another 9-3 today. Hopefully, though, we get a little bit more competition out of TSM Academy. As they're heading over to the defensive side, but SoaR put up a fantastic attack side. I mean, Empathy on attack side operator was looking fantastic. Thief was just opening up rounds. Somehow you can do that on an Omen. Just a lot of things that don't normally happen, but right now it's just a sign of the times here for SoaR.
Speaking of not normal, the agent pool that Thief has to put together for SoaR just even further shows how good a player he is. He runs Raze, Chamber, and Omen for this team. Like, who plays those three combinations of agents? Nobody. And he does every single one of them extremely well as well. That's very impressive.
All right, let's see if he can handle Harmful. And yes, he can with flying colors. But Dinks, smoke spam in. Thief, he's playing this Omen like a Reyna. And, well, the other Omen and ZK will punish with the classic. And Rebo also coming in from the garage lurk, snagging another. Flanked over Empathy, dash activated, trying to chase one down, but Rebo is just simply better. Physic, 1v4, double setup in towards logs. You're not getting past that. All right, pistol round found for TSM Academy.
Very clean execute for TSM. Harmful did fall, but that's just because they're trying to take the risk to get a greater reward for map control and more forward advancement positioning and things like that. But this composition should work really well for TSM going on to the attack, where they have their Fade who can use all that utility, just really oppress and suppress the site in a way that the defenders will have such a hard time hard holding, even if it's a Killjoy with the full setup.
Yeah, still. Let's see it, at least for TSMA, if they can continue, just get past the eco. Pretty please, don't lose the eco. Oh, man, don't lose the eco. Thief took that one personally and wants to get it right now, but Harmful, again, dashing in. A couple armorless players, but Physic as well. Sheriff and paying off. Physic! 2 kills, instant. 3 kills total. Payan 1v2. Don't lose the Thrifty. It's Empathy trying to dash in with the shorty. Payan will shut it down, but man, SoaR just give him a wake-up call.
Yeah, Payan definitely wants to pick up that Sheriff. That was insane from Physic. Those shots were nuts. The flick over to Venture especially was wild. And man, it feels bad to be in physics shoes, pulling off something like that, and you still lose the round. That's definitely rough for sure. But at least you can feel good about one, you just popped off. Two, that was a lot of damage to TSM Academy's economy. They have to run with a Spectre, a Bulldog, light armor for the full buy up. They are forcing this buy up for TSM Academy.
All right.
Right here.
Especially the buy-in for SoaR. Right now, bottom middle at the moment for Harmful. More or less a very passive setup here from SoaR. Again, conserving utility, ready to play the anti-execute. Only using the abilities that do recharge, but as Harmful begins to poke and prod to the B site, this B site is a trap. Just keep that in mind. This is, if you try to walk into B when the defensive side has full utility, might just be a death sentence. They might try to bait out utility instead. But instead, they're going to back away.
I like that. They're baiting out the Alodra now as well, since now SoaR needs to get back control for Garage. So we're back to where we started, essentially. However, TSM overall has won in terms of utility warfare.
Yeah, but 30 seconds on the clock. Little to no map control, and they're going to try and turn it into a C-site hit with two of probably SoaR's best anchors ready and raring to go. Trill and Thief ready, but again, Fade utility combined with the breach does force them out of the site, and so we are going to get a 5-on-5 post plant. A little bit of a gap in that omen, so what could have resulted in Pan going down. But control of C-side established, retake incoming. And Thief wants to start it immediately once the smoke drops there in. Aftershock thrown in too. Thief leading the charge on the omen, but Pinstripe in the feed as ZK battles back with 2v2. Now, well, there's a flank coming in, but ZK a third. Epathy getting it to half. Another Cloudburst on the spike, but ZK gets a glimpse of Epathy as the second one goes in. And ZK comes up with the 4K to nullify all that damage SoaR did on that eco.
The only criticism I can really give to TSM for that initial take and the way they held the site is that I feel like Harmful should have just trusted the allies to be able to shoot out the recon since they're at such an exposed and forward position as they were. But everything else was played so well, and Harmful even getting to that spot was played really well. So great job by them. And that's that suppression from the Fade Breach combo that even a full hold agent such as Killjoy, like, the reason why you use her is just to hold the site, like hold lockdown, things like that. And she had to fall off, and all that utility was just gone because of all that utility that Fade and Breach can bring to the table.
So SoaR back on yet another eco. Can they make it look as pretty as the last? Sheriff. Can we come up with like some alliteration here? Sheriff. I don't know. Sheriff Sniper. We'll take it. I'm not the... Look, I've said this on every broadcast. I'm not the man of metaphors. Can Physic do it again? He can't. Epathy, up close. Revo gets both of them, so no eco shenanigans yet. And it's going to stay that way as Harmful does clear out the B site, the A site, the everything site, the map, I think is the way to phrase it. The SMA are marching their way to a 7th here. 4 off the trot. Oh boy. 9-3 cursors in chat are bat-chesting right now.
And also just, you know, Fade advocates like myself are very happy right now, where she's on offense now.
Yeah, I think offense is a lot better. Combined with the breach, it's just a crazy combo.
Yeah,
all things
so
considered.
much. You can't hold anything.
One enemy remaining.
Especially, well, Harmful as well, has been proficient on entry, so this could be, you know, a problematic defender side for SoaR. It's a lot, like, onto Killjoy right now for Trill. Kind of a lot on the entry. That's a nice shot there from Thief.
Yeah.
Please remain seated with your hands and arms inside the vehicle, because we're going on a wild ride. TSMA have just picked up the first 4 rounds of the half.
I feel like now would be a decent time to call a timeout for SoaR. Realizing that we're struggling to deal with the aggression of the Fade Breach utility alongside a Paranoia push through with Harmful leading the charge with the dash and things like that. Really tough. We see Rebo challenging in A lobby. So another thing about TSM Academy as well is they've had a read that SoaR does go for aggressive defensive side antics, and TSM is just completely stalling out, holding all the angles, accounting for all variables.
Oh boy.
Great time for in case that happens.
Rolling Whisper available for Payan. I mean,
I think they go with this and then rotate A.
they could, of course, because you do lose all audio, so it's rolling on through. Thief does get tracked out as well. That is spotted. Thief is gonna get ran down, trying to teleport away. He does. He gets away, trying to draw the fake in. It's drawn the rotates, but where's the reaction? TSMA. They're gonna try and run back in the play, and this has SoaR have not really bitten down on this too hard. Epathy is still here, but harmful. A huge shot onto Epathy, and now this A site, the road is paved for TSMA.
Yeah, I'm not stoked on the timing for that Nightfall. However, the job was still done. No Rolling Thunder or anything for SoaR. Vic will still have to fight their way through this, but nice cutoff by Rebo. Oh, but that was unlucky. Thief is the one who's always lurking. You have to know this by now.
3 on 4. Vic
Spike down.
inside the
A.
dark cover, not hit by the Hunters. Not hit by his teammates, Hunter's Fury. Vic looking to make a play, but right up close to the smoke. Venture
One
blasts him
enemy
down, but the
remaining.
flank from Thief and Physic as well. Now just rather harmful. Running on through into Thief. 10 for SoaR. It was looking good for just a moment there, as it looked like they got over ambitious, but it was actually TSM who weren't watching their back, and they got stabbed.
Thief's a little bit too good, I think too quick on the draw with a swing like that from
10.
Harmful. Yeah, what a showing on a controller. It's very impressive.
From
Yeah, that Nightfall came through, but TSM Academy started rotating the spike over towards C in garage area as it came through, but then they didn't find any kills, so then they started rotating back. But when the Nightfall hit, they could have just completely exploded on site, or used it as a fake. It was an interesting thing where TSM Academy, maybe it hasn't fully gotten comfortable.
Oh, Vic trying to get aggro. Oh, man, and Trill in a bind. You can't dash away there, my friend. You're a killjoy. Epathy also just gets shot in the smoke. You're kidding.
Sure.
Thief, if there's anyone to bring it back, it's him, though. For a guy with 180 maps on Reyna total, this guy makes the Omen look good. Can he do it as well? 3 kills consecutively, making the 2-on-5 happen. Oh, they're walking right back into him. Almost another chance there for Thief. But now can Physic atone for it. A shot through the smoke. The next, though, is also right next to him.
Recon Bolt.
Physic, he does have the Recon Bolt available, but just doesn't want to get caught out with the utility hands. Gonna pull it out maybe at the worst possible time, but gets the info too! And a 2v5 for SoaR. Physic and Trill, full house.
Wow. You know Physics on fire as well because of that Sheriff play on round number 2 of this half. And Thief overheating a little bit, I'd say. Pushing out from a connector there from Garage. I think waiting a little bit for Physic would have been a better play on paper at least. I understand though that, you know, trying to stay ahead of the tempo is also a viable strategy. It's just that TSM Academy had just enough time to respond to it.
Thief thieving right now. 22 and 11 on Omen. This guy is a long-time, just permanent Reyna player. Let me be real. He has been a great Reyna player in the past, and fantastic mechanical ability. Sees the utility coming his way, though. Thief is not going to get up to his normal shenanigans this time around.
We're still trying to go for these fakes over towards C, which I think this is a better fake than they did with the Nightfall earlier on. However, it's still not sold well enough. SoaR not falling for it for a moment. Epathy still hanging out with Vic, having the flashing initiator plus jet combination towards A site as we were used to seeing. A lot of utility on B site. That's going to let SoaR know we're good there. There's Owl Drone clearing Garage, so SoaR knows Garage is clear and nothing happening over towards C. We have 2 people here as well, the turret to look. SoaR is just hanging out. They're not going to be in any pressure situation. There's a front of the shadows for Thief as well. They need to make it faster rotation.
Oh, that's a big kill for ZK to find.
Yeah.
And also Vic, he's stuck in the open. ZK has just
He commits
cleaned up
it.
too.
He commits
He committed the flank. He committed the from the shadows. They might not realize. They have not heard. Hello. Surprise. There's a flank for Thief, but he's not ready for the second player to swing. Good timing there from Venture. And Trill, only a Bulldog. And now seized up as well. They know where he is. Trapped into spawn. 3 barrels pointed. And Trill is going to have to try and shift up the position. Does have a lockdown, but I'm sure there's still an aftershock standing for Venture, and Payne is just waiting for waiting for him with the operator. DSMA still holding on.
Unfortunately, the rest of SoaR are just falling
unlucky.
before, like, Thief sticks it like that. Let Thief get the first frag, cause that chaos moment, and then swing in from Defender. You know, like the team was swinging through the Defender to allow the chaos for Thief to follow up. And I know this is hindsight 2020. We knew more information. It's borderline impossible to make that perfect call in that moment for sure. But it would have been awesome to see if SoaR was able to just have that situational awareness, have enough information and enough of a read to say, let's just let Thief pull us off. Because if he sticks it like that, then yeah. But I also understand, like, the fear for sure is, like, you know, he just stuck it. They can hear that sound of Q. If we don't blow out of CT, then they might just double back for him, kind of situation, just to clear it. So it's not a perfect roll scenario. It's not a consistent game plan, but it would have been perfect world.
Yeah. For TSMA. Also finding 2 isolated fights there for ZK is massive. I mean, the first kill on Apathy, not many folks have been able to just beat Apathy, peeking you with an operator, which is only a rifle, but ZK prepared. Finding the 2 isolated ones, as well as Vic not being able to trade and being concussed up. TSMA still holding on, despite, you know, absolute heroics coming from the top of the scoreboard of SoaR at the moment. Those 23 kills were not easy kills for Thief. So starting this one off, it's very aggressive for SoaR. Apathy. Again, they use them as miniature 10s, running forward, knives out, taking all the space, and that allows for a 3-man rotate to actually roll in towards the C site, but Trill blinded up. It's only Eco and Classics that are really holding this one down, and I don't think we're in for the same set of affairs we saw in round 2. Trill is in an interesting situation, as the Classic does make do, but caught reloading. No more of that. And I think Rebo, the Cobra.
One enemy remaining.
There you go. Apathy 1v3. No dash, updraft, now lagged. Probably going to be finished. Another headshot, but DSMA. All right, the rounds are what matter here. They are making this game slowly but surely competitive. Deficit now down to 2.
Does seem like TSM Academy is still having a little bit of a tough time figuring out how to make the fakes work very efficiently and how to sell it the best way with Fade. However, when they go into straight take a site with Fade, they're killing it. They're doing such a great job swinging through, using all the paranoia, the flash points, the prowlers, everything, just to completely flash and suppress all the members of SoaR on site. The fact that they've done that on C site so effectively so often, and Killjoy still keeps setting up on C site. Like, this is a Killjoy setup on C site, and it looks like there's not even Killjoy in the lobby.
Yeah.
Oftentimes when they full execute there.
Feels like SoaR grenades are kind of cosmetic sometimes. Harmful is going to be opping up C. This is going to be quite the angle to clear right now. Surely it comes with a flashpoint. Say that. Trying to find the alarm bot. Actually, they got the alarm bot. Harmful's just going to post up for like the entire round and try to cut rotates here.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, with an operator in hand, you don't want to push through that.
Yeah. All right, let's see the lineup here from Pay-In. Along the edge, to the corner of the building. Run, jump throw. Let's see where it goes. Perfectly on the ledge. And seeing no one in the site, thank you for the A site, folks. As DSMA are going to get this plant in not quite as quick as they wanted to. Lots of tags from the Hunter Fury, and Harmful tries to walk through with the op. And now the Rolling Thunder, every ultimate being thrown at TSMA here, trying to push this one to map point. SoaR might have just done it, and they will. Apathy 2, and SoaR, well, they have to burn a lot of gas to get it. 12 rounds is what matters.
Yeah, despite winning it, it's still a very costly round for SoaR, as you pointed out. Look at all those ult economies. 1, 2, 2, 1 for those members. Definitely, I guess that, I don't know. I guess it's worthwhile. Of the Harmful push through mid, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not either. But the thing is, you just feel like you have to get active.
Yeah,
They completely avoided the rotate,
It's tough.
and it's like, I mean, the thing is, if he doesn't push there, he's never going to be able to shoot at an enemy. Is the biggest thing.
Yeah, like you can set it for like a long maybe, but like I understand. Like I think it's a really good play. Like overall, this is another hindsight thing
30
where
seconds
Of
left.
course.
you predict that they're going to use a lockdown. Where do they place a lockdown in that corner that you can get that quickly? You know, so maybe Harmful could do a thing where he pushes through, gets a shot at lockdown, destroys it, and then immediately like dashes out or something and rotates back to a long to set up there. So I see the play being there. I think it's a really good call overall. It just they didn't properly clear out B before that. It took a big gamble with little information on it.
Timeout's gonna tick on down. You have 3 rounds. You need to win in a row here for TSMA to continually hold on here on Haven. Biggest thing though is still the purchase isn't fantastic for SoaR. They had to sacrifice a lot for that round. Ults and guns the same. And Eco's gonna have to be forced out after this, and
It's about even.
it is about even. Solid stead to work with. Not used to stop a mid push, but so aggressive for SoaR. TP getting out of there right there for ZK. He does get tagged up by the dart. And in the meantime, TSMA have taken full garage control. Pressure applied. Little push and pull going on right now on the map.
Wow. It's Paranoia gone.
Valuable piece of utility out the belts. TSMA, they're looking to just push into B. However, right into Vic. Not blinded at all. Rebo does go down. Rolling Thunder tossed in. They do not want Vic to be playing in this round. Even the Aftershock thrown in for extras. And they have taken at least full control of the B site, the back site too. They are looking to dig in.
Empathy's in great position here, though.
It's right up
A
close.
lobby. If they can win that fight against ZK, it's gonna be hard for TSM to hold this map.
Huge kill though for Harmful to shut down Physic immediately. And now you can have your player into window do most of the heavy lifting. ZK finds Empathy, Payan gets 2, and they fight their way out of the situation. TSMA can hold down the B site, and they'll get double digits. And they have a real chance of pushing this to OT.
Yo, ZK got confirmation of Thief's location, had an insane godlike flick. There was like a 120-degree flick over to kill Empathy. Came back, couldn't quite find Thief, but...
Wait,
the
he got
TSM
Empathy?
Yeah, he did. He flicked it. That was insane.
Oh my
And
god.
The rest of the site was also being held down so efficiently by TSM Academy to where all that remained was just Thief, who still is having a fantastic game, but not great enough to win a 1v4 middle of the lane.
Now pushing down bottom mid. That ain't gonna work, unfortunately. Harmful heating up. Vic, goodbye. Harmful. The Cobra will be tamed. I trill. The E-Cobra. That's what I'm going. That's what I'm going for there. By the way, whenever I say the Cobra.
Yeah, do you spell it with a capital C and a lowercase e?
Capital. I mean, I go with capital. With the capital E, like just a E-Cobra, right? Or, I mean, it could be in all caps too, you know, for maximum hype.
I think Trill can get a gun here.
That, you know, that would be pretty nice. I think.
Yeah, that's gonna be upgrade. They're gonna go for the retake attempt because it's eco anyway.
Yeah,
Might
it's
as
the
well.
orbs too. Orbs are the biggest thing. Maybe if Trill can get a couple extra kills, maybe he'll have a chance. Now that I think about it, well, he gets 2 kills and go down. That is the hope, but
Huh, fair enough.
he'll just go ahead and save. It's not unreasonable either. He will be able to get a buy in the next round. Thief to oh come on.
Send it.
Looking for. Send it! Hello!
Oh, we almost had that. That was insane.
Venture, like, zoned out for a moment. It's like, this isn't happening, right?
Wait a minute. He teleported right in front of my face? That's weird.
Like, yo, check out this crazy glitch, guys, that I'm seeing. Oh,
Huh.
shoot.
Actually, he did it.
It's
The
Thief with the
mad
gun.
lad did it. Steve with a gun.
12
Match
to 11
point.
right now.
Still.
Final round of regulation. This is a 9-3 half, folks.
Yeah? That's just fade breach things on Haven, man. I think that's just the thing about
attack side.
fade comps. Yeah, we're going to commonly see fade compositions. If it's like, so I think these teams are like equivalent as far as player strength, compositional strength, as far as, you know, all that kind of stuff. So if that's the case, I think fade just is going to naturally do better on offense and defense.
Oh, my. All right, run down long. 2 for 2. But Trill, he's also still here. They still need to be about their wits for TSM. Timing doesn't quite favor Trill. He didn't get the information that they're still there. They are still very much posted.
Trill has to stay alive as well because they have the turret and the alarm bot. So much free information gathering for the team. Basically just needs to watch the exit of Garage. That's exactly why you see the sofa set up over there as well from defending spawn. So they just need to watch Garage. They already have B main and C main.
Oh, Deep Physics is
covered.
playing. Physics is just vibing.
Yeah,
Hoping
he's
for a
watching the
Garage
exit.
flank.
He's watching the exit for Garage. Yeah.
It's a super. There are a couple ways you can play 3v3s. Oh, that was a leg shot on a Trill. Couple ways you can play 3v3s. You can get aggressive or you can play super passive, and they've opted for the passive approach, but now with Trill down to 30, and now concussed. He's not going to be able to escape this. He's going to get potentially run down. Paranoia, too. Trill might have no idea what's right in front of him as he goes down to the aftershock of Venture. And then Rebo spams through the smoke. OT looking likely, unless Vic can pull some magic out of the hat. Inside of the dark cover, pushing forward, had 2 players in front of him, but ZK's gonna hit it, and overtime required for map number 1.
And honestly, because TSM Academy went for fakes at C site so often, that Vic was required to stay over towards A. They had B main and C main cover and the exits from Garage, but Vic alone was watching both A short and long, having to hold it down over there. I guess SoaR could have gone for a full hold on C and play for retake on A, but still, going from the other side of the map regardless is such a tough call. They had to rely on Trill and Physic being able to hold the site at least long enough for Vic to make the rotation happen, but the aggression from TSM Academy was just too strong, and that's something we saw so consistently on their attacking half.
Attack side for TSMA has worked wonderfully, but now they have to switch back.
Yeah.
SoaR have to rekindle their flame.
Who wins on defense?
Yep. There you go. That's that would be a pretty reasonable way to phrase it. Apathy. Back to mini 10s. They also got Rebo into the cubby. They've tried to get him into that position a couple of times, but now he's actually going to be entrenched.
It's in range for rendezvous there too.
Crazy. Crazy as it is, that radius is gigantic.
It's nice.
If you ever wanted to nerf chamber, probably nerf that. Drone popped by an op shot. Still chilling. SoaR is so slow about this. Harmful, though, still active with the operator. Surely a recon dart is going to knock him off his post. He's going to go for the peek instead and pick off Vic. A huge element to any execute gone.
A lot of Fade utility trying to set up Harmful as well, trying to just give the forward information.
Rebo.
Rebo with a nice cut off of Thief, realizing Thief goes for the lurks. If Empathy is up to them trying to get onto the site to make a play happen for the team. They've done it so often before, but in a 2
Spike is
versus
still
5,
spawn.
it's all falling apart.
Spike's still in spawn. They're all getting picked off. What a dominant round for TSMA. A statement on a defender side that was struggling in regulation. You wouldn't believe it if you saw that.
Definitely wouldn't, and a very understandable timeout from SoaR. A fitting name, by the way. Their coach's name is Trainer. Nice. It's actually it's like they knew what they're getting into.
He is going to need to bring them to like level 50. They're going to need to evolve. I'm trying to bring the Pokemon reference if you're not following there.
They're going to need a soar to new heights. That's the classic one.
Yeah, okay. But Trainer's going to need to get these guys into order for their defender side. And again, I mean, they don't really have the craziest amount of options for defender side aggression. They tried throwing a lot of it towards the A long side, but it's never able. They were never able to like grab on and find a kill. And I feel like that was what kind of didn't really get them any ground gained on the defender side.
And honestly, TSM Academy, they go so default heavy and just hold out for so long. They usually burn up towards to a minute on these rounds just because they don't want SoaR getting away with defender aggression, especially because they know they're dealing with empathy. I'm interested to see if the glass cannon operator gets the call for empathy as well. We saw it from Harmful. It seems to be the case so far for both of them for the second round of overtime. It's incredibly interesting. Harmful has had success with an operator in hand on offense. Got that first pick onto Empathy earlier on when Empathy was trying to sit on that upward box of sewers. And yet again, we're seeing SoaR with basically the same setup we've seen him have round after round on defense.
All right. So TSMA back to what worked, using a lot more of the aggressive prowler usage there from Pan. We didn't see that in regulation, but now it's going to work perfectly as they fake the plant, trying to bait out utility, but instead it's a lobby aggression that might pay dividends, but Empathy cannot connect the shot. You will get chased down on 30 HP, and he goes for an aggressive peek. Pan also finding Trill in towards the B site. Empathy gonna have to updraft away. And right now, all TSMA needs to do is just pump the brakes. It's a 3-on-4.
Yeah, just reset, player-to-player advantage, to still have utility to work with. Have another haunt in 9 seconds from Payan, which can be a perfect execution on C-Site, especially since Killjoy is down. There's no utility here but Thief. Thief, the player we've been hyping up so far, is Thief the only player alive on site in a 1 versus 4 situation.
Here we go, Thief. Roll it back to the Reyna days. He doesn't get, he didn't get cleared by the first, but Venture does. A double entry. Empathy with quite the task on his plate. Venture will close it out. And TSM Academy stomach a comeback from 9-3 to win it in overtime, Chad.
The curse is still real. And Thief, honestly, in that situation, being down so many players, you have to go for a gamble play, holding that trigger discipline. And even if you got that first kill with the way everything else funneled out on the side, I don't think it would have made a difference the rest of that round, honestly. So credit to Thief to try to go for a big play in that situation, because he kind of had to. But bigger credit for TSM Academy for first person in, swings, looks left, second person, swings, looks right. It's the 101s. A lot of teams don't quite catch it. TSM Academy did, kept it clean at the very end.
It's a shame that the amazing performance from Thief kind of went to waste. I'm sure he was breaking 20 kills at the half as well for his team, but just couldn't take him to the next step on the map of Haven. And so, well, it's not like the end of the road here, Chad. It certainly isn't. There's still plenty to work with here for the side of SoaR Gaming. As well, that was their map pick, but still, I think they showed some right things. I just think a cold map from Empathy did. I'm not necessarily here to point fingers, but colder map from Empathy for a team that is so reliant on the guy to get a lot of openers and have success in opening duels, it just quite wasn't there for that defender side. And you know, we talk about 9-3 curses, but genuinely speaking, I want to highlight this. The attack side for TSM Academy was beautiful.
Speaking of beautiful, though, is how beautiful Mavix chairs are. So make sure you all experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local hosts. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere, which ergonomics, by the way, incredibly important. Don't be caught sitting on stools and stuff like that and killing your back by the time you're 30. Anyway, get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, which is pretty cheap, to be honest. Use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers.
Yeah, all the rage right there for Mavix Gaming, all the rage this series, as we are getting a thriller here in this week's Nerd Street Champs qualifier. But we still have map number 2 coming up on the horizon. Ascent, the pick of TSM Academy, but SoaR, this is still a map that they definitely play. So you guys don't want to miss out. We'll be back after a short one.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
This week's Nerd Street Champs qualifier is starting off hot now in our semifinal as we get an overtime affair in map number 1. 14-12, TSM FTX Academy put together the comeback, Chad. And well, now they have the opportunity to close this one out 2-0 come their map pick of Ascent. It's looking good for TSM.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's not like things are over for SoaR by any means. Of course, we've seen very many times that people just lose their map picks, and could be the case for TSM Academy today as well. And especially since SoaR has had a pretty good record on Ascent overall, taking wins over teams even at the caliber of like Sonics as of recent on Ascent, which is a team I'd say is just as good as TSM Academy, if not better, as far as recent. So TSM Academy, though, they've definitely been on upswing. They've been looking really good with Venture on this lineup as well as Precision, and they definitely are a team that should not be overlooked by any means. I would say Precision for some reason instead of Pain. But anyway, different P name. This game's looking great. So TSM Academy definitely on upswing. They've shown better signs of adaptation overall with the way that they handled their attacking defending round, is even going to the overtime rounds. SoaR looked a little bit more stubborn overall, but it could have just been a read in the moment that just wasn't something that we saw on the third party's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been some adjustments made there for SoaR, but for the most part, you have to credit the composition devising for the side of TSM FTX Academy. The Fade, Breach, Omen, Sight executes were just unholdable, is the word for it. A little Killjoy utility was just throwing a pebble trying to make a splash in, the Great Lakes of North America. There's just nothing. The Killjoy utility just felt like it did nothing against any of the executes that they were tossing in for the side of TSM Academy. And, maybe that's why they go ahead and pick up this Ascent. Because lately, I mean, the Fate compositions have been, they looked amazing. They have, just what we saw right here. Fate composition looked amazing. So if they want to catch SoaR off guard yet again with this new agent, then, well, I'm sure TSM Academy would love to do that.
Yeah, I think so, and I think they are going to be picking up Fade because they have been lately for TSM Academy. SoaR has not. Big difference moving forward would just be the composition surrounding Fade, which we can talk about later on. But yeah, overall, TSM Academy going into the map pick, they're running Fade. They seem to have a little bit of a difficulty with the fake setup over towards C site, things like that. But also, that's just giving credit to SoaR's ability to read the situation really well and not overextend and over-rotate based on the first side of entry. Yeah,
and for the other part there for SoaR, you still had Thief having an amazing map. But I think some of the win conditions were kind of out of the picture there for SoaR. Apathy had, across the entirety of the map, for the man who has a first duel percentage of about 40% for his team, he had one first blood that entire game of 26 rounds. That is like a record low for Apathy, and so he's going to need to turn that around come this one. So that is a huge win condition for SoaR.
Yeah, bad games happen, so
of course, yeah,
I'm sure somebody at Apathy's level can just be like, oh, GG, all good next, we'll just move to the next game. Definitely happens. It's showing Haven, but it's going to be Ascent. It's going to be the next map for sure. And the change to TSM's lineup, as I'm expecting Pain to lock in the Fade still, is they've been running Sova instead of Breach. They've been running Astra instead of the Omen, and a Killjoy instead of a Chamber. So Ascent doesn't have as many lanes to work with as Haven. So Haven being a little bit more of an attacker favored map because it's so wide out, there's so many lanes to work with.
Yep.
The defense is naturally going to be a lot more spread out. So when TSM was going with a little bit more of a default setup, they confirmed, okay, they're going for a default on defense as well. So we're going to go execute on a site, explode. Unless they're crazy and got lucky and gamble stacked a site, we're going to be able to effectively go through here. Whereas Ascent, you can stack up a little bit better, and it's a little bit easier to get a feel for where the attackers are going to actually execute. It's a lot more rotation timing to go from B site to A site kind of situation. So they use a lot more lockdown options from the Astra Killjoy, a lot more forward information gathering options from the Sova, so they can know what to work with while still having the Fade for aggressive execution.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about that. I still like the Astra pickups, by the way. I don't think Astra is completely irrelevant. No. I think still a very solid anchor controller for various teams to use. It's a good agent, at least the Gravity Well can stop a execute in its tracks. So don't underrate the Astra, but also don't underrate Apathy. Still out for blood. Dash popped. One-way played. It's also a one-way for his opponents, keep in mind. So, does have to be careful about that. The dash running out. Well, that's going to be null and void. Harmful this time.
Yeah, the
Waiting
Prowler
for the
was,
dash to get primed.
yeah, the Prowler was used in mid, but didn't quite clear out the alarm bot, but still shows that there's presence there from TSM Academy, which is why Vic dropped the wall, rotated mid just in case he respawned.
Oh.
But now the wall's down, they swing back, and speaking of swinging back, Physic is swinging back into a kill column, kill credit, finding the first blow of this map.
Nicely done. Just going to wide swing out and find Harmful out in the open. Shooting a refund card. Empathy, no dash, keep in mind. Does have Thief, a little bit of a trap setup ran, but that paranoia goes a tad early, and the double kill comes through. Oh, from Empathy, that is. Now still needs to hold on, but ZK with a nice shot. Visit, though, returns. Venture 1v2, Sheriff. Gonna be picked up for this clutch. Spike gonna get planted, uninterrupted. Might have an asterisk to that, as there is the drop in. They're going for it. Sheriff in hand, but too many angles to handle. Caught in the crossfire is Venture. Pistol round for SoaR.
Venture just couldn't quite find a fight at the good enough timing. SoaR with their aggression was able to swing through, get that 2v1 option. Something about the Astra setup as well, which we'll see probably more on the defensive side of things. The fact that this map is largely 4 choke points. It's definitely spread out as 4 lanes, but every lane has to go through a choke point at some point. And largest one being mid, but still, it's a situation where with an Astra and a Killjoy, even though they have a fade on the composition, I think TSM's defensive side of things are going to be really strong. SoaR's, though, just same since they have double sentinel set up, it's pretty natural. And this is a situation where I think both sides of the half are going to be strong for both teams.
Gearing up for a bit of an even affair. Sympathy. Here we go, out middle. Trying to find something with the Marshall out in the open. Okay, all right. No scope, looking for 3. And it's going to find it on Haribo. The Marshall pop-up, running into the car for 4 for Empathy. Yeah, it's the anti-eco. Talk that up all you want. I like Marshall kills.
Yeah, it's eco, but those are definitely flashy kills, that's for sure. It's not like they just all swung through and just held down the spray with like a Ares or a Spectre or something like that.
No, for a man who just had one of the colder maps that he's played for SoaR, this is a fantastic way to bounce back. Vic finds the flawless, and that's going to be SoaR just walking away with the stylish anti-eco.
Some really clean headshot flicks for sure. On top of it all, consistency from the bodies. Has Bladestorm available already, and honestly, a player like Empathy, who can pull off shots like this, is naturally very aggressive and typically finds success on the aggression as well. There's a Vandal in hand for Physic, who is insanely good at just holding ground and hitting shots. Thief with a Spectre as spine, because they are able to have this miraculous way of like finding holes in the defense. And Empathy can pop off Bladestorm. This is, even though it's a bonus, it still is a very threatening round from SoaR.
Alright. See it from SoaR. Turret does get dropped. 3 players here on the B site, though. Sure, it's the bonus. And there's still a Vandal purchase up at least for Thief. Does actually lose the drone so early, and fantastic shock dart to find as well. All 3 players are trapped on the site right now. To the side of SoaR. Down goes one of them.
Oh, this turret's not a good spot, but the timing is good enough. Empathy can't find
a little bit of a game.
Yeah.
Play by the turret.
Empathy couldn't find the Killjoy.
They're gonna commit here. And even if they do commit,
the
it's still
rotation
only
through
2.
spawn. If System keeps waiting, this could go really badly for them.
Oh, what a shot on Arivo. Now they're gonna try and commit. Thief is able to TP away into spawn. They think he's actually stairs. Trill. Being in the corner, Venture's gonna hard clear it though, so no chance there. Thief though still. Kill found, 3-on-3. Vandal recovered, or rather Phantom recovered. Empathy leaping his way in through the B main side. 2 knives in, remaining runs out. Pan gets a kill, but 2 in kind. Can ZK make it happen? Pushing up the stairs, takes the 1v1. Now found versus Thief and ZK. A 1v2 clutch for TSMA. But the bonus, you know, you can call it a success for SoaR.
Yeah, that's definitely a successful bonus for SoaR. They'll be able to buy right up after getting an operator even because of saving that Marshall, getting a lot of frags along the way, and that timing was so good for SoaR. And CSM being so slow to exit out of these choke points, you can see how much they're respecting the fact that Killjoy provides so much of a threat in this map. That's exactly why I see so many teams running it. Something I want to say about TSM Academy, I would love to see them start pushing up through mid a little bit more to clear out that alarm bot, because that's never cleared, SoaR doesn't ever have to position somebody over there to respect that location as being a weak point.
Yeah, I've honestly seen that as kind of part of the bigger meta, is to try and clear out the alarm bot, put the pressure on the middle, and there you go. Harmful's going to do exactly that.
Good on them. Definitely knowledgeable team who realized, you know what, we should start doing this.
Yeah, start at least forcing players to keep an eye out.
Yeah, like Physics is required to stay in mid now. Like, he has to stay here.
Out of charges.
He's only like a maximum of 2 players per apps to really hold on. He does have a fast rotation to the A site, but
yeah,
depends on how quick the pop is. There is a wall towards A main, but that's about to fade soon. And speaking of fade, looking for a jump throw potentially here for Payan. Go towards the back of the site, and there you got it. And that spots out maybe one. I'm not sure if that saw Sage or not. And Harmful dashing on top. The pings are in, and Harmful does a wonderful job on entry, finding Vic isolated. 3v5 for SoaR to fight back. The execute is just so fast. The rotates are nowhere in time. And while one does fall, so we're gonna try and attempt this.
beautiful execution from TSM. The timing was perfect with that wall dropping.
This is still in retake-able territory.
They have not.
I see the operator of F at the long gone.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a save.
3 alive is a good save too. This is a tough retake situation, especially the Astro setup with stars. A lot of forward info with a Sova.
That's true. You always forget to account for the Astra because she's been out of the meta for a couple months now.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Gravity Well post plant is pretty nuts, all things considered. You have swarm grenades, shock darts. I mean, fade utility if you want to count that in too. There's a lot of post plant denial for TSMA. A lot of versatility in this competition, all things considered.
Yeah, I honestly, I love TSM's comp. Like, the fade allows their offense to be so good. Like, you can see even just there how effective they were on the take of the site. Where as soon as their wall drops is exactly when that scout is spawned on top of the top wall. They know exactly where Vic is. They execute in a way where there's no way Vic can possibly be able to perform properly in that situation.
Hello. Let's go to the haunts pretty quickly. Gonna be clearing out all of one that. Having 2 prowlers is honestly quite the huge benefit. So, being able to clear out towards A main, just laden on the pressure, take that part of the map away from SoaR. They are now going to make the pilgrimage back to the B site.
TSM Academy, a very calm and patient team on attack. Make sure they have. They make sure they clear out utility. They make sure they get confirmed information before they execute on site, so they don't go for gambles.
Revo, gonna go ahead and with all the information in their back pocket. TSM are gonna make their move, lockdown in 2, and that is actually gonna force out Trill in the open, and double entry comes through. Thief as well, just outside the lockdown radius, can still try to make a play. Try, the biggest thing. Through the smoke, but it does fade, and Payan caught on the steps of Market. Hunter Fury tossed in, though. He was gonna try and make himself hard to hit, but he's just gonna dodge out completely. Hunter Fury gone. Dink bound for Revo, but Empathy quickscopes him. Now a 2v3 as all of a sudden TSMA are on the back foot. They're getting ran down. Venture must come up clutch, and he can't. A man disadvantage retake for SoaR is what's gonna get them their 3rd round.
TSM's execution on sites are so beautiful, but the post plants fall apart a little bit sometimes, where Payan was just backpedaling on the stairs with the defending archway completely wide open for Thief to get that free kill. Hunter Sphere comes out, but nobody can really punish the players having to be forced to move during that time. It's a little bit of a gamble throw, but also to be fair, it's basically just unlucky not getting any hits at all. And other members of the team just taking fights ahead of time, not in position for other allies to swing off and get trade kills, things of that sort. Definitely a little bit of a point where SoaR is kind of realizing, you know what, TSM's takes on sites are so clean, let's just fall off and retake after.
Set up. The setup. They're going to use the deafen. They're going to try to use the deafen, but Epathy still very much holding the angle, trying to run it down. Epathy with 2. Doesn't even need sound. He got a gun. Vic 2 right next to him.
One enemy remaining.
And a fantastic flick on the ZK. They try to put 4 players up the cat. They try to brute force down the setup. But SoaR are right there and waiting. Flawless for them.
The weak point I will give for TSM Academy is they don't have hard flashes to support the Nightfall usage if they try to just completely brute force onto a site. This is a big reason why we've seen them be so patient on other attacking grounds to confirm information before executing, is because they need to know where everybody is to properly push through and clear them out with where they look. But if you try brute forcing it like that, you don't have proper information beforehand, can't flash people out, it's really tough. And players like Epathy, yeah, like you don't need to hear to shoot. They're still holding the angle.
That's actually a pretty good point that's made, and so that might just be this is Epathy's map basically to take over.
Yeah.
All things considered, like there's no flashes to knock them off angles, and so Vic. Okay, that's a hell of a shot from Venture. And Harmful trying to open a new barbershop into a target.
You didn't get it. You didn't get the alarm bot.
Oh, did he try to?
You tried to right click me, but you didn't get the shots on.
Okay, let's see right now, dashing in. Oh, the right click of the knives will deal enough damage for Payan. Follow up a trail underneath log. It's a one and done position, but the could be so unexpected. The haunt. Oh, now he's in a real big trouble. Payan's gonna wide swing him, and the haunt usage perfect as Trill goes down. Epathy locked out by the Cosmic Divide, but the teleport in from Thief, I'm not sure it's been heard or not, but I think anticipated. The Nebula does go through, but it's just empty utility. No one's actually behind it. Thief is already into the site. Could they have possibly expect this timing? The drone, though, certainly will, and ZK hits the shot to boot. Now Epathy. Gonna trade out, pick up the Vandal. 11 and 2, needs some extras. Finds 1. Needs to turn and burn back on a Venture, but it's dropped down low. Pretty much himself.
Smoke.
And the smoke is missed. And ZK caught on the triple box. And a thrifty round comes in for TSMA, even recovering the operator. They are rolling in it.
The operator is actually really massive for this team. Harmful, clearly proficient with it in their hands, but also the fact that this composition performs best when you take your time on offense, make sure you clear out information like we talked about before. That's when they thrive the most. So when you're doing that anyway, you might as well have an operator in the hands of somebody who's really good with it, because you're not going to need them for like a fast execute on a site. And even if you do execute on a site really quickly, you have so much information that players can just swing and pre-fire those corners that they know the enemy's located at.
Oh, Epathy, knives out. Of course, Mr. Opening Duel is looking for 1, and he might get 2. As also the pushing through B main, a complete crunch of the attacking side. It's just Venture, and he'll get mopped up. They turn on the afterburners there for SoaR, 5-3.
I love that response from SoaR, realizing, you know what, your composition wants to use this operator in hand and play it slow to get some information. We're just going to throw everything at you, expecting you to default largely towards mid, which is what they've been doing a lot of the time so beforehand. And we'll just take the fight to you. And like we've said before, in map number 1, Faye does not do well on the back foot. They don't have any hard flashes to respond with. They need a little bit of time to set up gravity wells and other stars and things like that with the Astra, the Killjoy. What does TSM Academy's team composition do in response to hyper aggression like that when SoaR catches them on the back foot? You can't really do much on the immediate reaction time. So they just caught them by surprise and just cleaned house.
You just kind of have to hand over the space and hand it to SoaR, who are just, that is a ballsy call, first and foremost, but a call that absolutely works and absolutely makes sense.
Yeah. And with a player like Epathy on your roster, you're pretty comfortable doing ballsy calls.
Yeah, this guy just has no limits in terms of what it is to be a player. You tell him to do something, he will do it, no questions asked. 14 and 3 as a result of it.
Can play slow and safe with an operator hand. Can go super aggressive with blade storm rifles, things like that. Very diverse tempo. A player like Epathy, which has been very valuable for SoaR thus far. Especially being at 14 and 3 scoreline. My God.
You should get a backpack brand.
That's insane, dude. That's nearly 2 kills per round.
Yeah, it's
and
what
only died on the rounds they lost. That's it.
That's yeah, and it's probably, and this is like a completely different Epathy than what we saw in Haven. Talked about the opening kill win condition this guy provides for the team, and yeah, he's been delivering that. That's for sure.
Now the stronghold or it's A main. Big setup from SoaR over here overall. Actually, they are really good on this prediction of where TSM is looking to set up.
Epathy this time around is not going for the Giga Swing. He's actually just going to be holding an operator angle towards the back of the site. And I like it because, you know, they don't have flashes. You can just stand in front of a smoke, and you're not going to get knocked off your angle anytime soon. You also have dash. Makes that also pretty nice. One-way simulator coming in from the Omen. Haunt tossed in. Does that spot out Epathy or not? I think it did. And Epathy, he gets off the angle, and that allows Harmful to capitalize. It was looking good there for Epathy, but when you go off to shoot the Haunt, that's the timing Harmful chooses. Perfectly played. 4v5. Trailed down low. Thief hunting for the lurk aggressively, too, but Rebo being disciplined. Harmful to better, but Thief, too! Resurrection in as well! All of a sudden, man advantage, but they aren't ready for Rebo on the flank. Drawing the attention of 2 players. Harmful looking, clawing at air. And now the defuse. Faked out. If Rebo gets this kill low, he doesn't! Vic hits the headshot on low HP! Now, the recon dart popped. They need to try and stop the defuse. The smoke's faded. Venture looking for the 1v1. Vic, though, finds a kill. Does he have time? He does. And SoaR, absolutely mental retake. And by 14 HP, Vic will get it across the line.
Epathy, honestly, the victim of really unlucky timing there, which was largely set up by TSM Academy, so good job by them to kind of do like a forced error, essentially, in that situation. But I gotta give props to Vic, for sure, for stepping up massively with winning 2 very incredibly important fights while at a sliver of HP in that retake. Meanwhile, Payan, I gotta give a little bit of criticism. That's twice now TSM Academy has had Payan die in a post-plant situation where they're leaving themselves exposed to a flank angle that's not protected by TSM Academy. Now, to be fair, that might not be Payan's fault specifically. It might be just trust that its allies should be in an area covering that when they're not. So I don't know who's at fault for that one, but either way, that's an issue that needs to be resolved.
Harmful has not been spotted. He just timing the drone. Is it still aware of it, though?
Right here.
That's for sure.
I think they saw Payan.
Maybe he saw Pan turn it around, and they got a whole firing squad waiting for them at the market. No shopping today. No Black Friday deals. TSMA. SoaR 7-3.
It's something to be said when I honestly, thinking about it, I can't tell who's the best player on SoaR. Like,
yeah,
so many of them play so well. Like,
Vic has stepped up recently. Like,
it's not even a scoreboard thing either. Just so many of them just playing individually so incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of sometimes on the game plan, it wasn't right there for Haven, but here, like, I mean, look at that call to just set 2 players up towards boat with the turret looking towards B main. It's like, yeah, we could just go and just have a double spray down. And so they're just going to turn this into a straight B hit. No more of this funny business, but we talked about it. This could always be a risky play without playing in flashes, and Harmful cannot get the entry, being pinged out by the Sova. The lockdown's still very real. Physic tries to cross into the open. He goes down, but there's also a lockdown of the defender side too. Rebo's gonna get aggressive for it. A 1-for-1, but the resurrection in. The plant comes through. So TSMA still very much playing the round. But SoaR already holding down on the gas pedal, getting very aggressive, already past that Cosmic Divide, not respecting it at all. Drone in for Venture, doesn't actually land a tag, hoping for wallbangs. But still, man, disadvantage, little utility to play with, but the recon dart could be massive if they try to push on in. 1 ping comes through, a second one also onto Vic. He's tagged up by the drone potentially, but now ZK makes his move. Payin into the back of sight. ZK needs to find the kill quickly. He does. Time running low. Thief needs to start this defuse quick. And ZK, he can deny, but Thief, he's gotten it to half. Thief's gonna get the kill, and Thief is gonna get the round, if only just barely. For SoaR, ZK missed the timing, and Thief surely capitalizes.
Last round
Just
before
the
the switch.
slightest misread of the timing by ZK. After clearing that, the last clear was a little bit too early kind of deal, the last swing around. Perfectly played by Thief, like in such a disadvantaged situation, doing exactly what they need to do with a little bit of a gamble of sticking to the halfway point at the very least. If they didn't go at least the halfway, I think they might have still been able to get the defuse, but it would have been really close. I'm not confident on it. Regardless, like that was played so incredibly well, and even Trill in that moment can completely swarm through, pops the utility with perfect timing after the Nightfall comes in, gets an exit frag as well, like because the lockdown drop. Like that's why I'm saying like every player on SoaR right now is playing so well. Even bottom of the scoreboard, Trill is doing the job correctly, you know. And the Sentinel, you're not going to get a high kill count, so you can't look at scoreboard.
And you're gonna try Thief here, aren't you? Paranoia outruns back right in, and will find harmful. Also peeks off the back of the reload to find an extra. He knows he can just sacrifice himself for the cause. Vic as well, on top of his wall. Shut down for SoaR. We're getting a lot of 9-3 halves today. Bang.
We certainly are.
Another one here for SoaR. As yet again, they're up big at halftime. This time around, though, they need to close out. But before that, we need to send it to a break. And, well, yet another opportunity for SoaR to close out a massive lead. This time around on their opponent's map pick, but generally speaking, we've seen pedigree play so far from all of these SoaR players. So, Chad, going into this, let's get a little bit of the highlights that we had from this last round. All things considered, SoaR are just looking like quite the menace of a team at the moment.
Yeah, they really are, and I think part of the issue for TSM Academy on attack was the fact that they don't have any hard flashes, and it's a very similar concern for SoaR going on their attack as well, but all the players are playing so individually well that I don't know if that's going to be enough of a difficulty to deal with. That favors TSM Academy, especially with Epithy in that first play.
That is a huge loss. To start off the pistol, two players jumped through the smoke. ZK looking for targets, but not finding the coveted headshot for Dink. Lots of pings coming through, but that doesn't really matter. There's a giant Sage Wall cutting all of you off. Greetings! Vic is trying to find a little bit of a cheese kill. through it, as well as a perfectly timed swarm grenade. So much time being burned off the clock right now. TSM trying desperately to get a foothold into the site to try and get a retake started, and maybe ZK could start, but Thief on the return. Lots of dinks coming through as Venture ZK adding to the kill feed, but Trill up top and Physics down low. Trill tucked into the corner is gonna get it in, and that is gonna be your pistol round for SoaR. It's something they weren't able to find in map number 1, but now up 10-3. Is this where they can close?
Yeah, they did it both times so far on this map, and every player for SoaR is individually just stepping up. It seems like every player is outperforming the TSM Academy players. Like in these little like skirmishy, scrappy 1v1s, 2v2s, 1v2s, those kind of situations, SoaR seems to come out on top every time. TSM's really found their success so far when they've just swarmed through as a full-on team and got like 1 to 3 picks on the way in kind of situation. But SoaR just adapted, they haven't given it to them since, and now that they're on attack, it seems to be really unlikely that TSM's going to be able to find that kind of opportunity often.
Yeah, it's even a force buy brought in from TSMA. They know the situation that they're in. It is.
Yeah, with LMG, they know that. SoaR knows that now, too.
Yeah, that's definitely up in the air as well. SoaR definitely gonna, well, you would think, play a little bit more careful. Armed with a Marshall.
No alarm bot for mid.
No mid alarm bot, mostly focusing the setup into tree. ZK gets a spot. ZK's gonna go in for the swing here. Risky business doing that. I thought it was like, get away, drop a star, you're good. But no. Is that Physic? Also pick off Rebo. Wow. And the risky business continues as ZK gets blocked by Trill. And with the investment of the force buy, it could be the end of the line. But Venture holds on with the Ares. 2 kills, and the spike dropped 2.
Venture makes this a competitive round. The spike will be returned. Multiple weak members on the side of SoaR, but they still have the site location on lockdown.
Playing. Oh my god!
Scary!
I would say being a rat, but they got some sort of trap set up there. 3v3 and so many players low for SoaR. This frenzy all of a sudden could be so powerful, but Vic, he's not the low HP player. In fact, Thief is also getting healed up. But Venture wide swinging with the Ares. And Harmful too, 1v1. But Venture so low, and Thief is not. And Thief just playing such a great 1v1, tucked behind the dice. Has to clear at every angle, and so low being Venture. Thief is going to get it, 11-3. And I mentioned it already, but the force buy from TSM.
Yet again, it's SoaR, and these little scrappy moments comes out on top. Thief winning that 1v1 scenario, even when it was a 1v2, because Harmful got that frag as well just before it happened. But man, SoaR just individually outplaying TSM Academy on this map right now. And it's such a treat to watch Thief play, man. His timing and game sense and positioning is just insane.
Just mechanically, as a player, he is all there. So let's see if he, at least the rest of TSM, could hold on to, this is their map pick, all things considered.
Fighting for mid control. This is a save round for TSM Academy, but if SoaR for some reason goes really passive and stalls here, especially Venture can get lower too.
Oh, hello! Surprise to Physic. We'll get the headshot, but is that a worthy sacrifice is the biggest thing. The B site is completely empty as a result. As Venture was basically the sole anchor.
Interesting wall. I think that was intentional. I'm pretty sure it's intentional and just funnels them.
Maybe it funnels them back into B main?
Yeah, because you have automatic weapons, you can spam that choke point. And they have to have one-tap weapons.
This is still a very real round, by the way, as Apathy goes 1 for 1. 2v2 all of a sudden. Harmful trying to make it happen with the Spectre. It's not the weapon for the job, though. SoaR clean up yet another force buy, and you're in this situation from TSMA. You're just force buying into oblivion. And, well, now you're down. Now it's 12-3. Gotta put all your chips on the table now.
I like that wall a lot. Very unorthodox. Match point, man.
I'm still sus. I'm still sus to say that wasn't the right wall.
I don't know if it is or not, but I think it's still viable regardless. Just because of the situation. If you have to
It is
swing
still viable.
around
It's like,
and you have like a one-tap weapon, but the enemy has a one-tap weapon, but you can just spam that choke point, like,
Yeah.
that's a death chamber. Unlucky for them, they couldn't hold it because utility pushed them off, so good job by TS Academy to do that at least. However, they're going to need to do a lot more than that to make a comeback happen. 9 rounds in a row just to make it overtime.
All right, lockdown, instant. Oh, but just to bait out the Hunter's Fury. No, Epithy just got hit by the Epithy with no care in the world. Just got hit by the Hunter's Fury and said, "Adios, I'm out of here." And just made his way to the side. They're still gonna win off the back of this round, aren't they? Thief with 2, and
Oh
Trill
my
as well.
God.
Even though Epithy just runs in and sacrifices himself, literally hands them the opener. SoaR just that good. And ooh, Vic, you're snared up, my friend. You can't run away. And that's the spike too.
Good fade util.
Oh wait, it's gonna find a headshot too for paying. Bomb, spike on the ground.
I have the spike.
Gonna have to get scooped right on up, and Thief. See ya, adios, my friends. He takes the portal away to the B site.
This is
for
good.
the plant.
At least get plant money. At least get ult point. And
I don't think.
this is winnable. Honestly,
Yeah.
the way Thief is playing, dude, like I think this is like a fair fight.
This ain't
which
just
is crazy.
This ain't just, you know. Oh man. he
Has a
knows.
dark cover.
Ah, the dart though. Where is this Sova dart gonna go? It's the biggest thing.
Surely they clear this, right? Surely they clear this.
Oh, he's got spotted. Oh, he's just been spawned. They didn't realize it. Oh my God, Thief!
No way!
Oh my God,
Okay.
a one tap would have been a clutch to close, and a way to close out the map of Ascent. Venture will stabilize, but oh my God, they knew exactly where he was, but he still absolutely annihilated one. If that's not a statement, I don't know what is.
It honestly though was very ambitious to try
play that
a
position.
rat angle like that when you're up against a Sova fade. Like, like how is not at least the Recon Bolt or the Haunt gonna see you? Like, there's no way. But you know, maybe that's like why they wouldn't check that and place a Haunt and
knows?
Silver Dart for that, because no way
Would
somebody
never-
crazy enough to hold that, right?
He's playing 4D chess as harmful. Playing knives versus gunfight, and well, he doesn't throw any of his knives, so it's not the biggest deal. Orb collected for SoaR.
Need that back.
Still want to buy. Harmful. Let's say he just needs a really big round.
Double stacking the recon agents of the Sova and the Fade over towards Garage is an interesting choice. And that's exactly where SoaR's going.
Nick. Into play ball, paying. Just being the bait. Rather physic. Or up. Payne's gonna throw in the Haunt. Venture gets cleared out. Epithy entry, of course. And now Payne pinged out. And the wall is even thrown up in B main. He has no space to maneuver. Epithy does go down, but Physic with the Sheriff. 2v4 now for TSMA. Surely this is where it ends.
30 seconds.
Hunter's Fury even tossed in. Rebo's been spotted out. He's gonna get peeked on by Thief. No running away from that.
Judge.
And a Judge and a 1v5. It ain't pretty. As SoaR take TSMA's map pick 13-4.
Incredibly dominant map win by SoaR in response to the close overtime victory of map 1 from TSM
Yeah.
Academy. Wow. That is incredibly impressive that every single player of SoaR stepped the heck up. Like, that was a very impressive showing by them individually and macro-wise, but like the individual prowess really shown there.
There were some-
that was incredible.
There were some awesome calls, like on defender side. Remember where they just collapsed all middle? Like all 5 players just go, we're gonna own you. And they push B main, and they got all that mid control and just shove three attackers into tiles and win the round within 15 seconds. Defender side turned attack side. Like, there were so many good rounds. Epithy woke up as well. I think that was one of the biggest things for SoaR. Absolute win condition for them turned up massively.
Yeah, I mean, Thief, Vic, Physic, Trill, they're all still performing incredibly well. Trill, especially on that second end of things, on the pistol rounds especially, just really stepping up the team. Like, yeah, Epithy was having a bad game on a Haven. Simple as that happens, and the rest of the team was performing really well, and it was a very close game. Everything steps back up to the performance that we usually see, and SoaR dominates. So I have to imagine that going to the third map of Bind, if Empathy continues that kind of performance and the rest of the team stays as consistent as they have been, then it's going to be harder to predict TSM Academy to win in that situation. You got to give it to SoaR, so it's going to be on TSM Academy to respond.
For sure. TSM Academy need to bounce back. Map number 3 on the cards. And so first, we're going to send it to a break, and then we will build up our deciding map in probably our heater of the Nerd Street Summer Champs qualifiers. We'll see you after a short one, so you don't want to miss it. Nerd Street Summer Champs has reached its a little bit of a pinnacle here in its semifinals for this week's qualifier. SoaR versus TSM Academy has reached a third map, with SoaR absolutely bouncing back into the series 13-4, map number 2, and now heading over to Bind. SoaR hope to recreate and keep fighting for that spot, while TSM need to do a little bit of rekindling here.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see what compositions come out. New Agent of Fade. Who knows if it's going to be as viable on Bind as stuff like Haven Innocent. But yeah, overall, it's Epathy coming back up to speed. The rest of the team of SoaR playing incredibly well and consistent this whole series. So they've been looking very good. Meanwhile, inside TSM, their weak point so far really has been the post point situation. Their initial takes onto Stasis have been really good, but the post point, they seem a little bit uncoordinated. So hopefully they've had this time between maps to really discuss that and shore up those weaknesses to come in strong and bind.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's been a couple of 3v4 retakes that they've had to even work with, and that simply just got crumpled up. There are a couple of rounds that I think they should have gotten on the attack side to make them load a little bit easier come to the second half after losing the pistol and having to just force over and over again. It just felt like the game just could never come under control for TSM Academy. Coming to Bind, though, I mean, it's a map that at least they've had decent results on, at least in the past. It's just a map that they've kind of made their name on when they were up grinding this earlier on in a tier 2 space. It's not a map that TSM Academy are unfamiliar with at all. And for the side of SoaR, they are still kind of shifting up the roles a little bit. At least from my camp, I see differences where Vic is playing. He's played Brimstone on this one, normally permanently on the flex agents between the initiators, or a huge map pool, agent pool rather, that Vic works with. So, well, it feels like SoaR have a lot of options in their hat to pull out for Bind.
Yeah, definitely. And what's exciting to me about Bind a lot is the fact that every controller is viable. So while we may see tendencies in the past of which controllers they've gone with, if they mix up the agent compositions, things like that, they could bring out anything they really want. TSM in the past has gone with the Astra Viper option still, even though it's not quote unquote in the meta anymore. But yeah, you can go solo Brimstone, solo Omen, just mix things up with a Viper with Brimstone Omen. Still a lot of possibility to work with, and I'm definitely excited to see what TSM brings out today. As far as it goes for SoaR, definitely want to see what we will get from Epathy, because like on Split, they go with like a chamber for Epathy and have like Thief on Raze instead. Based on how Bind works, I think that will probably be the best case, and there it is. Sweet.
Yeah, you got exactly what you ordered there. You have Thief playing the Raze, who looked so mechanically strong on it when he was playing on the Raze earlier today versus Stasis. And Epathy is going to be rocking with the chamber. As Jet, well, is almost, previously Jet used to kind of be phased out already, even prior to the nerfs on a map like Bind. Now completely absent from this agent select, as we're gearing up for a bit of a similar composition. Of course, the Astra being locked in from ZK is our biggest difference. And yeah, every controller being viable is a pretty reasonable statement. Double controller is pretty darn meta, honestly, since Mech employed it, M3C employed it back at Masters 3 or Masters 2, kind of.
Yeah.
The Nats, noted Nats wall has been always been making the Viper ultra relevant on this map in particular.
Yeah, there's a lot of good Viper's Pit options as well. Typically these days you see it in a short instead of anywhere else, but we've seen it cover the other 3 lanes as well from time to time, and it's not like the bad spots, it's just also the A short typically works out the best. But yeah, I mean, just the one trip trademark for the chamber is still good for attacking anti-lurk, because you can put it on the stairs for market, and it covers the outside and inside lanes for if anybody ever lurks either way. So the nerf to chamber does not hurt that much for attacking chambers for this map.
Yeah, I think that's
you see it right there immediately. First round,
yeah, you just throw one trip and you're good.
Yep.
For the defense, not necessarily so. I mean, there are a couple of valuable chamber trip spots. It's been utilized towards a long. Starting off this one, however, it's quite deep showers control. Once that Viper wall dropped, we are going to have some gunfire in a moment. Give some time as a dog is thrown Thief's way. It does get destroyed. Thief is actually going to be forced out of position, and Marvel's not going to actually get the gunfight we expected. A lot of utility being burned out of the SoaR gaming pockets, as already a Brim Maul used. Trying to fight for control. Little Viper orb to lurk in towards the back of Hookah. Only 2 players really here. The TSM are grouping up for the hit. Dude, that flash might just be misinformation right there. Thinking that players are actually in the octagon when none really are. So it might be overcommittal of some utility. Vic is going to take the close corner. They're going to just contact, walk out of hookah, and they find a clean double entry. Thief considering it, but it's not going to commit to the smoke push. Spike getting planted. Thief will at least make his way in towards elbow as a potential backstab to the play. But the timing is being watched for here by TSMA. Venture pulled off Thief, but the 2 players now moving in. Not able to hit the instant headshots, not getting a foothold into the site. Venture will clean up Vizic, and just leaving Trill to be the only mark on this round. 2 kills for him, but he will get put to rest. It's TSM Academy. Is that like their second pistol this series? They haven't gotten a lot of pistol rounds, I'll tell you that.
They did it in a stint at the very least, so that's definitely a good momentum swing for their favors. Going into the 3rd and final map of this series, and honestly, this matchup with TSM Academy SoaR is, when I looked at the teams signing up for this Nerd Street Champs Week, I thought, man, it would be cool to see SoaR versus TSM Academy. That was one of the matchup possibilities I was looking forward to the most. And this is the one that we get. Truly blessed for sure. SoaR now in a position to answer back in empathy, doing the normal empathy thing and looking to be aggressive.
Oh,
Close.
what's empathy's ping?
I have no idea.
I wonder if our observer can, if Mel can hear us. We need to know. It is a necessity. Empathy, his ping is 43. You know, if he was playing on Texas servers, he hits that.
Probably. Well, if he was, regardless, closer to the server. Whatever they're playing on.
Was he actually? Was his opponent? Oh, anyways, let's see this. Harmful.
That's a good start.
Actually chased down. That paint shells are gonna hurt as he's trying to escape it. What a well-placed paint shell. But in the meantime, they've completely circumvented this issue and planted the spike on A. And they actually, well, will clean up this little eco push that SoaR had to with their way. And Thief looked like he had a chance there with the right clicks. But the classic giveth, the classic taketh. It's 2-0 for TSMA.
Definitely a strong start for TSM Academy for this 3rd and final map. Some damage being done, of course, but it is what it is. A decent eco for the most part, but plenty of rounds to work with here from SoaR. Not too much to work with as far as like tells for the strategies and things like that, as we have a quick little tech pause. Going to the cams for a second, but we'll be right back into that just shortly. But we're still seeing Empathy trying to make some big plays happen for initial picks with the chamber for sure. I like that SoaR is still being aggressive and willing to push out on the defensive side of things. It's not something that's very easily done on defense, but definitely towards showers certainly can be done.
Nice boom bomb. Sorry. All right, back into things.
Shot control for TSM Academy as well as shorts. Only 3 members of SoaR here. He's shown resilience to not over-rotate in the past with SoaR, but might come back to bite them
Empathy.
here.
Always hit a timing on this one as, ooh, it should have been 2, but Harmful gets the 90-degree spin and pan 2 on the Sheriffs. Half by looking possible. This is a bonus right now for TSMA, and Sheriffs are better than Vandals, it seems. Physic does leap in, lands a concuss, but that's really all they can find. 2v3, sprinting in the sight, flash in. Lines potentially one for Harmful. Fake deep use, but Harmful is just better. Another headshot for him as he lines up a 3K for the squad. Harmful demolishes.
What a round for Harmful. 2 immaculate headshots on the hold at the very end of the post play, but also that swing, the flick for the headshot with the Sheriff earlier on top of Empathy was massive. And that's what really opened up the site for TSM. There's only one last player of Thief on the site, but in a 1v3, just had too much to deal with and couldn't make the first fight even be successful at that. So big round for TSM winning the bonus. After a crushing defeat of map 2, you think some teams would be like in their head space a little bit, the mental might be down. Nah, they answered right back. Very commanding start to map 3.
Oh, Empathy cops a whole flash. there. Harmful has had enough of this shower shenanigans and is holding exactly for it. I'm gonna teleport out and then
Nice
get
play.
the second one on a thief.
Whoa!
And tosses a gun forward and actually ends up losing it to
We
Empathy.
didn't see it.
Oh well. Oh, hey.
Didn't happen to Harmful though.
Hold on. Hold on. Does Vic want to do something absolutely insane? Molly, though, they're going to push right on past it. Vic, unfortunately, does get run down. Thought he had a chance. But how about at the finish? Arm. Oh my god! What a. Nothing short of
Wait.
ballsy. He had a teleport anchor set there. Because he took the teleport from B long to A showers and had that teleport anchor set up early on.
Good timeout.
Yeah, let's give him some time to think about what the heck just happened right there. He went through the B long teleport to A, got the Vandal, went to Hookah, had a teleport anchor already set towards B long. That was at the start of the round, and well, I mean, he chose that decision. You know, some people may criticize it, but it is a decision.
It's a world that worked out. Somebody would be caught trying to plant while the other two members were out scouting and not there to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, that could potentially happen. I'm not saying it's a bad
Unlikely.
decision. It's a funny decision, is the entertaining decision from and one that I've never really
Very
seen.
high risk reward trade-off there for sure.
That is, I mean, of course, you're in a 1v3. You kind of got to do some crazy stuff to try and win that stuff. So, okay, no harm to Empathy, but for the side of TSMA, they're kicking this map off with a bang at the moment, starting off 4-zip.
I think a lot of it too is SoaR's got to figure out a way of holding ground a little bit better. TSM's doing a great job at TSM Academy of responding to the aggression of SoaR coming, especially through showers. So Harmful really is the person I want to highlight the most for this first 4 rounds of the final map, where he's just done a fantastic job of pulling down.
Okay.
So we're back in the 5th round already.
Right now, starting off towards showers, 4v4.
Toxins going up.
ZK and Rebo bring up towards the short side in the 1-for-1, 4v4. Operator out for Empathy, trying to dodge out, but a Cosmic Divide. Oh, how's the timing? Harmful tries to flick out, but Harmful instead actually hits the shot. And Vic trying to throw in the Orbital Strike, but Rebo not buying any of that. Headshot immediate. And SoaR still finding themselves in the same position with TSMA geared up to get themselves a 5th in a row.
I've got your trail.
Virus Pit is available for Trill, but in what world does he really use this unless they get at least 1 or 2 picks firsthand, and even then, it's questionable.
Don't want to peek into that if you're Trill.
That's a save.
I will say goodbye to this one.
I gotta say, SoaR has looked really good on the more wide open maps, with like Breeze, Haven, Ascent. Bind is a map that is harmful, is getting some extra frags and continuing to pop off with a crazy good performance. Falls eventually, but still, economy's certainly in TSM's favor here. Bind's traditionally a map that's a lot more constricted. True to the name, it feels like you're being bound. It's a binding experience. Very claustrophobic. And SoaR doesn't have room to let their wings spread a bit, especially for Empathy. And it seems to be an issue for them, especially on the defensive side.
You know, the biggest thing I think the Astra provides as well is your ability to just take map control back. You have a lot of, you're just a human Swiss Army knife for your team. Whatever the situation, you have a good ability to fight back. So when it comes to trying to take showers control, it's going to be very difficult to do that against an Astra where you have the Gravity Well, Nova Pulse if needed, Nebulas wherever. There's a lot of ability to take space up long, you know, Gravity Well to deny the potential. Walk up, Empathy. Oh, spots a shoulder and will take the kill onto Harmful. Nicely done here for Empathy. This becomes, we're getting into like must-win territory right now for SoaR to make sure this game doesn't fall out of favor. And Physic is in their spawn. So 1-for-1, all things considered. I'm wondering how he even got there. 3 on 4.
Yeah, he didn't miss it.
Yeah.
so much was happening at B side, and suddenly physics in their spawn with the trademarks. But I guess Harmful fell, trademark didn't work anymore, and maybe TSM Academy was still relying on it a little bit too much.
Rebo was going all in.
I like
oh
this.
my! Look at this. This is such a crazy lurk smoke. ZK also finding Trill, but that. Oh, and the showstopper, a double for Payin, hits the money, and making sure this round does not fall out of favor. Vic is late rotation, and he is going to be in for a rude surprise when Rebo is already in heaven. Knife out. He's going to regret that in a moment. Rebo's going to get it. 6-0 right now for TSMA. Even when, you know, they take a scratch, they still feel invincible.
That's a great way of saying it. Like, it does look like TSM Academy's invincible. Literally, as I was praising SoaR last map of individually and team-based, just stepping up so well that they're just outperforming TSM Academy all the way through. Literal opposite side of events now. No matter what SoaR gets into their favor, TSM Academy individually and team-based are just outperforming right now. It's the double kill was a little bit lucky that there would be two people there cornered there, but I mean still like they're just ahead of the curve. They have the tempo from SoaR. It's like they stopped SoaR's aggression out of showers, things like that, and SoaR's like, well, we can't be aggressive that successfully on defense. We have to sit here. What do we do about that? And TSM Academies has shown really good success rate on their initial takes of sites. They're very clean on their actual takes. And with that and how this map plays and how SoaR's been playing as well, they dropped a few people on the way in very consistently, and that makes it hard to make the retakes.
Players. Oh, okay. He's trying to throw something in the mix here. Right now, Apathy is actually going to find Payin, kind of setting the 1-2 punch. And the Seekers go in, but Harmful just destroys them. Physic up next. Harmful is just waiting in line to... Physic is waiting in line for Harmful to just own. Apathy, he's just gonna go in. Oh my god, he's glass cannon. Yeah, that's gonna happen when you run through a smoke glass cannon, but Apathy, you needed to try something to dig yourself out of the situation. And I suppose the relentless aggression is the name of the game. Harmful does eventually go down. And you're left 1v2 now for Trill. I know all TSM need to do is just play off of each other. Just run the bait and switch. We're going to drop, hoping to buy himself space, and it actually might just be able to. I think ZK, oh, they're just hoping. They're just holding for the dropout. Oh, man, they almost lined up there for a moment, but ZK will be able to connect. And 7-0 on the attack side.
Harmful is just having an insane game.
Yeah.
Like, the rest of the team got to give credit to everybody. Just Harmful individually has really shown brightly in this map. So many multi-kill rounds. Clutch moments where you feel like they have his number and he just gets a kill anyway. Hasn't been a flawless performance, but it certainly has been a fantastic one. And now an operator on offense, which we saw him do on Haven very successfully and somewhat on Ascent, all things considered.
Hello. All right. Well, your eco here for SoaR is starting off about as expected with getting pushed around by attack side utility. No, I have seen Thief hit immaculate sheriff shots. Harmful could be the grand recipient of a Thief sheriff headshot. Long aggression. What about it? Hello. You're gonna need Diozu's teleports as quickly as you set them down.
Nice. Uh-oh.
And double setup. Waiting. Oh, that's gonna.
Oh no!
Oh no! Thief, you made your brand on that. Oh dearie, that's gonna hurt. 3v4, and now full control of the A site handed over. You know what? Sometimes we just get a little unlucky.
Honestly, it just shows that Thief is a human. Has had an insanely successful first 2 months of the series.
That is so true. No, whatever happens so far to SoaR, Thief has still made his impact throughout this game. Yeah. Rebo, inside his own orb. Fake bite, tossed in. He's vulnerable, but it doesn't matter. A headshot will do. And it just leaves poor old Physic. Oh, he hit some insane shots in map number 1.
Yeah.
That's the most thing I could say about this. It's currently not looking Fantastic. That's a nice shot. That's a nice second one. Yeah, he hits those. 1 HP, 2 kills. He's going to try and send himself to the spike. And, well, sacrifice for physics. But you know what? The 2 kills, the entertainment value is what we're here for.
Yeah, just like blur out the top score line and then just put that on Twitter, and it's still a great clip. You know? That was really good. That was good, like shots for sure, showing that these players are not just like mentally out of it; they're still focused. You just haven't had a good answer. That's so sick.
That second shot was sick.
It's a sick flick.
But you're down 8-0, and you need 6 flicks to win round. How about 5 of those?
Let's play
Right now. Sort of force.
I really want to see. Oh, okay.
Okay.
That works too. I was gonna say I want to see SoaR like fall off site better and play for a retake, but
that opening kill works just fine. Payin. Oh, he's interested in this. Probably waiting for his,
be Venture looking to lurk, timing it.
What a shot! On to Trill, Payin.
You are divided.
As double satchel. Oh, the cosmic divide fake. You're kidding. Spotting out Payin though, that has to ring the alarm bells. That must mean it's a play to be. And Payin's gonna take down Thief. They know where Vic is. They know the site's open. There can only possibly be 2 players here. And now Payin so aggressive in his spawn. Oh my gosh, but Vic makes the huge play, runs through the snake bite, and he finds 3 kills. Vic now. That's a spike on the ground. They couldn't even get the plant. 1 HP is what he's working with. And Vic looking to post us round on the board for SoaR single-handedly.
It's an operator holding it.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough ask for Venture.
No flash.
10 seconds on the flash. I think he's going to wait for it. He ain't.
It's worth waiting for it, but
he's going to take the swing, take the round. But Vic, man, absolute lunatic. It wins.
If SoaR wins this game, I think it might give Vic my MVP for it, the player of the series kind of situation. Dude has been incredibly potent as a player, and part of why they're so one-sided of a series in the quarterfinals, and so far in this matchup in the semis, every map has been performing so consistently well. Another agent too. He's played Sentinels, Initiators, now a Controller. Doing kind of what Thief's been doing, of just large diversity, yeah.
Now, okay. Might be able to snag up the orb and actually get the Viper Spit as a result. For Rebo. Oh, Harmful's gonna be in trouble! Or, well, he had a chance to take a shot, but only take a tag. Somehow, no one goes down.
Healing over here.
Yet again, TSM taking their time on offense, slowly causing SoaR to use up some utility, accounting for the possibility of SoaR being aggressive on defense. But SoaR being a lot more composed and controlled with themselves, starting to find more success.
3 players here right now. This is not a pretty setup for TSMA at all, as Physics also going to find Payin a orbital strike. He's going to slow things down as well. I mean, there's still such a huge rotation. There's still 3 players here. The Viper's been thrown down. Is going to decay Thief down to 1 point of health. But Vic is just going to nab ZK. The long push has been faded out, and Thief, 1 HP, doesn't matter. As now, Harmful, 6 HP, walks into Physics. SoaR, second defender side round. I think they're going to need to close this one out, though, to make me believe.
Yet again, Thief with insane positioning and timing that TSM Academy just wasn't ready for. He throws up tempo and just rats into certain locations, which people use rat as like a negative term.
Yeah.
It's situational, let's say. The way Thief does it is incredibly impressive.
Just right underneath their noses. And I mean, Thief has just been Mr. Versatile for SoaR combined with Vic. I don't play a variety of agents, but I think returning back to the Raze roots has definitely benefited him a bit. Yeah. Certainly going to need to do a little bit more. I actually like this timeout coming in from TSM, though. No, don't.
Yeah.
you don't just want to, win a game. You want to win this game convincingly and get on to the next.
And I think compositionally, TSM Academy should be looking just fine on the defensive side of things. You have a Viper Astra combination. Like, on Bind, you should be able to hold sites pretty well. So I think they'd be looking good for the rest of this game. However, like you said, like, every round matters. And even though you have 8 rounds so far, you don't want, like, an 8-4 is drastically different of a feeling than a 10-2 going to the half.
For sure. I mean, 10-2 is just no breathing room, and 8-4 is you're a pistol round away from getting in the game.
That works.
Yeah.
So,
Teleport's ready.
let's see it. These next 2 rounds sure mean a lot for the chances of SoaR. They'll be working the bathroom control. TSMA gonna nab the orb, and that is a showstopper online. Right now, still.
Speaking of which,
Look at SoaR. They're chomping at the bit to try and get back in to Showers, but they walk right into Harmful. Don't hand this guy 1v1s, he will own. And now up to Be Short, they're all trapped into Showers at the moment. You're locked in with Harmful, and he gets another. Harmful just destroying. That's why he has the golden gun right now. He's top of the server.
Spike will be playing by Venture, a 5v3, and while TSM Academy's post plants weren't looking amazing the first 2 maps, they have been good on Bind, and also the player advantage makes it even better. As Rebo might peek out.
We're just holding so many angles. There's so many possibilities, and Harmful a third. Harmful looking for more. Vic, you gotta reel things back in again. It's Harmful for 4. And Harmful is looking for his ace, and he's going to get it. He gets a 1v1 given to him every step of the way, and he doesn't take a point of damage for it.
Just incredibly well composed. Insane accuracy as well. Just clicking heads out here, Harmful. And the timing as well, coming out of that smoke to take down Thief and then popping right back out. It's fantastic.
That
So,
might as
fantastic
well
game.
just locked him in for a grand final.
It might.
This round could just, we might quickly forget about this. Who knows? Maybe a huge empathy pop-off could quiet me down a little bit for TSMA.
Let's
I think Thief coming back online would be what they need.
It's going to have to start now. 10-2 is not the scoreline you have to wait for Thief to come online. How about it here from Empathy? He's been spotted. Dog's going to be tossed in. Fires out the shot and has to teleport away. He is out. Still going for it, though. Thief finds one, and Empathy, a collateral, is what's going to be needed. He's down to 14. But the frags are what matter. The flank, though, too. SoaR, Physic, and Vic have boxed in the remaining players. Harmful and ZK. Empathy has to beat. Harmful has to beat Empathy on this angle, and Empathy will quiet me down. And a flawless to cap off the half for SoaR. All right, if they can bring that energy to a couple more rounds here, Chad, we might be talking. But a 9-3 half again. But this time around, it's TSMA in the driver's seat. See if SoaR can hold on.
Teleport's ready.
9-3. It ain't fantastic, but well, there's been a couple comebacks already. Series from the scoreline. Can SoaR do it? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean TSM's 1-1 for their comebacks on 9-3 half. So we'll have to see what they can do if they're on the upper end of things there.
Here.
Again, the SoaR composition should be pretty good for getting onto sites. I mean, Brimstone has good explosive capabilities. This guy pop flashing option is good as well. I'd say Brimstone as a controller does a lot better on offense and defense overall.
I would think the same as well, just on both sides of the coin, potentially.
Yeah, should better on defense.
We'll see what SoaR can do with that, though, as they make their way up long apathy. Doing apathy things, hunting for openers. Venture, though.
I'm out of stuff.
That's cheeky.
This was a little cheeky. A one-way from Rebo just found Physic. Eve is about to get spotted by a trademark. Into hookah. Venture playing the off angle. 1-for-1, but also the one-way still existing from Rebo. 2v3s with stands make that one as Trill does have the spike and has made his way in towards elbow. But I think they realize this possibility. I see two players looking towards it. Trill's position is most certainly considered. Yeah,
they saw Trill motion off towards elbow in the smoke
40
earlier.
seconds on the clock, yeah. Seconds. A nice headshot on a harmful. And both players in towards hookah reveal their positions. At least I should have.
Yeah, Trill definitely saw both of them, but I don't think Trill recognized that until now.
Yeah. Now crossing back into spawn. He's gonna make his way across. And now the wild goose chase begins.
I'm out. This is perfect
Adios.
for SoaR, though. SoaR will be able to get this plant down. TSM Academy can't motion over there until after they confirm the sound. Because they wouldn't know if Trill is trying to do a bait. Good smart play. They still have time to make a retake happen. But now they have to slow down in case Trill pushes forward in positioning. But now it's going to be a lot of guessing games. And it is a little bit in favor of TSM Academy, even though the timer is ticking.
Yeah, but it is planted a bit open for showers. This might be the last consideration. As Pan goes down, they think he was playing in U-Haul, but the excellent reposition from Trill. Still, Spike being defused. ZK's gonna sit the whole thing? Trying to. As he walks out in the open, ZK is going to find it. And Trill unable to clutch. TSMA with the pistol. And SoaR firmly on the back foot.
That would have been a massive moment for SoaR to be able to clutch it off after the way that round started, too. Rebo and Venture doing their job fantastically, buying time while also getting 3 kills on the way down. TSM Academy up the force by SoaR, which I think is fair. Empathy with a headhunter should be fine without the buy up. That's a tough spot for SoaR, man. Like, you don't want to go down at like 3-11, but you don't really want to buy this either. It's rough.
All right. I mean,
we battle for showers with this wall placement.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't, really.
Yeah.
Fight for showers, hope and pray for SoaR. Although I know what damage this paint shells can do. If anyone decides to walk forward, consider. I mean, there's a gravity well on top of the orb and a paint shell's ready to go. That is a death sentence for anyone who takes it. Harmful. Going for the Giga Swing short. In the meantime,
well, 4 members of TSM rotated already.
Okay. Oh, whoa! How does that flash blind ZK? I thought that was surely off the screen. Instead, 2 for 2, 3 for 2 now, as TSM FTX Academy are going to reel this one back in from the U-Haul side. Vic is going to get the spike plant in, but how much can he realistically do when there's harmful in the server? 10-3, that was a little violent.
Yeah, for sure. And with that Viper wall placement, that's where you saw the push-up of both Kayan and Venture trying to get control over Showers, because if Showers' control was given over towards SoaR with that Viper's toxic screen, couldn't enough U-Haul access, give a lot of superiority for SoaR. But
spray.
Yeah, man, you know, keep things warm.
Yeah.
Do some squats, you know. If they win this one out, they got grand finals afterwards. You gotta get that blood flowing, keep yourself awake, right?
Yep. Make sure your spray control is good for next anti-eco. And yes, folks, that was a force buy from SoaR.
Yeah, it looks Kind of tragic. Are they forcing again?
Almost ready.
They kind of have. I mean, they ought to.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. I think you just play forward.
Play for rounds, hope and pray.
Yeah. Like, it didn't work out for you with a force up. It's going to be even a worse force up this time around. Or just as bad, as you say.
Well, this god doesn't answer prayers. That's harmful. 4 players coming his way. And he has 5 bullets in a tour de force. Unfortunately, dog
Shot the dog for him.
I think they know he's there, though. I think the dog did see him. So there's going to be a flash in a hot moment. There it is. But he's not going to teleport away. He still wants to brawl. Then he'll take the shot and get out of there. Physic in the dirt.
Here.
Coming back to... Oh, Epathy. Huge shot. Find Venture through the edge of the smoke, but Harmful is still home, folks. Very much still thriving. Quick scope for the third.
Wow.
Are you going to give this man a second ace? He certainly has it on his plate. 2 players pinned in by his tour de force scope. Not happening today. Ah, come on, ZK. Let him have it. Let him have it. Harmful, though. 3 kills on the round. What a map this guy is having.
Yeah, this is potentially the most impressive individual and performance we've seen so far today by Harmful. He's hitting every shot. He's in great fantastic positions. He's setting up his team for fantastic opportunities to win out the rounds and close them out, even if he does fall. There's only a couple times he died first, but it's like one time was like this crazy like corner angle that was left over from the smoke that he got baited by. I don't ever really see that, so not surprised he got taken by surprise by that one.
Yeah.
Is the buyout for SoaR potential last round of the entire series, the semifinals? They have a Viper Spit to work with, but you pretty much need to get to the site. You don't have any control showers whatsoever to do the cheeky Viper Spit out shower situation. What you do have to deal with is Harmful holding down mid. We get out just fine.
Has this guy like taken damage on any of the rounds where he gets multi-kills? I swear he's just invincible. Like, he is definitely, he has some main character arc. Doesn't even get scratched in a lot of these engagements. Right now,
There's
though,
a short guiding light, and speed long, there's a short guiding light. The sweep and thick was just after it popped, so that baited out the Viper.
will venture. However, next up, to be baited in, except they both take the teleporter. And that is going to send them back the other way. They're trying to reel this one, to put this back into showers, but Pan, the off angle, using the satchel to get up here. You don't see this. Surely you don't expect this. The pick goes in. Is he going to try and para-drop onto them? Oh my. This is going to... He's going to lob the paint shells into the corner. He's going to drop in. Here you go. It's the bomber right now for Pan. But it only goes for one. It's cool and all, but you need more kills than that. 2v4 now for TSM FTX.
Last player standing.
Venture now just the last man standing as ZK does hit the dirt. Flash in. Oh, it flashes both ways. Venture getting fire from multiple angles. He will get locked in, and SoaR will live to fight another day.
Valiant effort from Payan, honestly. The paint shell came a little bit late. I don't know if you were expecting it to be a fake or what it might have been, but the airdrop still was good, but that's all you can really get out of it. So SoaR were able to make the wraparound happen. ZK, I think the stars might have been on cooldown because he just pulled it back on the rotation over to B, so they didn't have it as a way to slow the approach in the showers. That allowed that Viper Spit to get into that push-up position that they previously lost, but the rotation gave it back to the bait and switch.
Yeah.
That Boombot does not clear the trademark.
Yeah, well, unfortunately. Or else Boombots would have a whole new purpose. Oh, Pan is he gonna look both ways before he crosses the street? Oh, he might not need to. Oh, reading
Knife
prophetic.
out.
Surprise! And he knows, he understands that Shrill could be there. He's gonna double satchel away. Pan
Nice.
is getting chased, and he gets away. Unbelievable.
I love that. Just keeping like self-control, not overheating. Got a big kill. There could be another behind, but you know what? It wasn't immediate, and we didn't clear short. Let's just take that numbers advantage and keep it. Cosmic Divide 2.
Oh my. Oh, that's a little bit risky there from Payan. Playing with fire, trying to jump up a little bit. on an elevated angle, but the Cosmic Divide, they aren't going to push through it. Thief might, though. Is that intended just solely for showers?
30 seconds left.
Perhaps. They're going to rail this one
He
back.
just burned
into Fuga.
timer. Force him to be more aggressive and reckless. on the field.
Revo, corner, blade, satchel in, Thief. Amazing entries to keep SoaR holding on. He's 20 HP, but he's done all he's needed for SoaR to win the round. Now just for the rest of the squad, but what a shot there from ZK. Instant. Destroys Apathy. 3v3. Payan also making his way out from spawn. Thief is gonna hit the headshot though. And ZK spots out Vic, and that's the headshot found, but harmful. 1v3. It would be so fitting for this guy to close the map, and he's gonna find him both. 3K for a 1v3 for harmful. 13-4. What a map this guy put together for TSMA. A star performance from this man. A clutch to close it out. And TSM FTX Academy are a grand finalist.
Wow, what an incredibly impressive performance from Harmful. I'd say that's the best individual performance on a map we've seen so far today, and it possibly could be for the whole day. Like, that's insane. Like, that was a fantastic map. And yeah, like you said, like, who else to close it out in a 1v3 clutch fashion than Harmful after having already a fantastic map?
This guy has had, like, I don't know how many multi-kills that guy had, but he already had a clutch prior to that, an ace, a handful of 3Ks, and then, you know, a headhunter 1v3 in a post plant. This guy just single-handedly just destroyed the hopes and dreams of SoaR on this map of Bind. I wasn't able to keep track of how many kills this guy was running with towards the end of it, but
he hit 28 in a 17-round game, which is incredibly impressive. Over 400 ACS, 443, over 100 eco rating, tied for most first bloods. Like, the dude did it all. Fantastic performance.
This guy is pretty darn good, is the way to phrase it, Chad. And, well, now TSM Academy, they are a grand finalist, and we're just waiting for our final team to get set up. Like, so, well, they are looking like the favorites to win the tournament, if I'll tell you anything.
If Harmful plays like that, that's for sure. Heck, they might qualify VCT next time around if he plays like that. That's insane. Thief had a fantastic first two maps, fell off at the very end, and started heating up on that last round. Just Harmful was already full speed and just didn't let him have it. It's just one of those things where TSM, similar to how SoaR woke up going into game 2 after losing game 1, TSM Academy did the exact same thing going into game number 3.
Yeah, and I think it boils down to, again, the reliability of Apathy, or at least the reliance on his opening duels. If sometimes there's a cold game, it could be a cold SoaR. Sometimes that wasn't meant to be a pun, but it kind of ended up to be one. But anyhow, for sake of Apathy, you're gonna have to require some man like Thief to take a lot of the opening duels. It just didn't quite materialize, but you still see the potential that SoaR has, especially when we look at the Ascent map. They are still a very, very deadly team, and when they hit their stride, they could easily take on some of the best in NA.
Yeah, I completely agree. It did seem like SoaR was a little bit more of an individual prowess in this series, and TSM was a little bit more of a team macro prowess kind of situation. So in a sense, SoaR just able to finagle some ways of getting some 1v1s, 1v2, 2v2s, those like scrappy moments. Whereas on Haven, but then definitely on Bind, TSM was able to work the macro a little bit better, especially alongside Harmful popping off. Payan definitely looked a lot more comfortable on Raze and Fade, even though I think Fade, they did a really good job overall for team play, especially for the attacking side. Yeah. Payan and the team as a whole did a fantastic job, but Payan individually looked a lot more comfortable and better on the Raze.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. Generally speaking, there's just an effort, more comfort in general with the ZKB on Astra. There were just a lot more options there for Payan to get aggressive and feel in his own right, and he can bring that and the rest of TSM FTX Academy to the grand finals. They have slotted themselves in, but we do have to wait as our other bracket game is still ongoing. So we're gonna take a bit of an extended break, and when that wraps up, we will have our grand final for this weekly presented to you guys. So we'll go ahead and toss it to a break, and we will be back to ramp up this grand final.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.